Good afternoon. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education for March 7th, 2023, and announce that the board will be meeting in closed session. I'd like to open public comment on items on the closed session portion of the agenda. Do we have any comments, Mr. Superintendent?
No public comments for closed session.
Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment and recess the meeting into closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. If everyone could please take their seats so we can begin. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. Good evening. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Some of you may recall that today we are returning to our pre-pandemic rules, essentially, for public comment. I'm going to read some information about that so we're all on the same page. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda item. The total amount of time allocated to public comments by the board will be limited to a total of 30 minutes for public comment on a specific item. Time limitations are at the discretion of the president of the board. Number 1, public comments may be made about items not on the agenda, but within the school district's jurisdiction. Please note that if public comments are about items not appearing on the posted agenda, the board cannot take action or discuss the public comment other than the board president briefly acknowledging the comment. Number 2, public comment may be made on all items that are on a board agenda and will be heard when the selected item comes up. Please note that the board may comment and ask clarifying questions on comments related to board agenda items. Number 3, individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total time beyond 3 minutes. The guidelines for in-person public comments and participation can be found on a table outside of the boardroom and on the school district's website. Number 5, please be mindful that students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9, the board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. The board president may call a recess at any point during the meeting. Thank you for bearing with us. The first item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call on Blair and Cassandra Douglas and also Marty Hawk, principal of Sunrise Elementary. And my colleague Carmen Forcina has some comments to read.
Good evening. Sunrise Elementary School is honored to recognize Mr. Blair Douglas and Mrs. Cassandra Douglas as our education partners. The Douglas family includes our Sunrise Elementary Spartan, Bennett Douglas, a current 6th grade student on C-Track. Bennett has been a joy to watch mature from her early years in kindergarten to a young scholar with a mind and heart beyond herself. She helped to brainstorm, create, and lead our Eco Club, set on rallying students to care for our local ecological needs, especially our local fires. Bennett's Eco Club raised well over $1,000 through coin drives. The club's efforts have helped the organization like Tri-County's Wildlife in their support of injured animals displaced by the recent fires, as well as the Penny Pines organization, which replants deforested areas. The Douglases are longtime supporters of the Sunrise Elementary community. Over the years, they have volunteered in classrooms, the Watchdog program, on the school site council, and chaperone field trips. In addition, they are co-presidents of our parent faculty organization, where they coordinate and lead campus events like the TKK Boohoo to Yahoo welcome event, trunk or treat night, walk and bike to school days, the annual fun run, dinner nights out, school dances, and family nights. We are so grateful to have the partnership and dedication of the Douglas family and would like to thank them for their continued support. They have embodied love for our school, and we are indebted to them for their kindness and their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item will be our first student regional report. We're trying out a new model today. And today we're starting with Monterey, the Monterey Trail region. And that includes Monterey Trail High School, Edward Harris Jr. Middle School, Raymond Case Elementary, Barbara Comstock Morse Elementary, Roy Herberger Elementary, and Irene B. West Elementary. Let's welcome our student representatives. And Rio Casadero High School is also here. Thank you. Good. All right, students, whenever you're ready, we're ready for you. Take a deep breath.
Good evening, Board President Chairs Espinoza, Mr. Fortuna, Mr. Yang, Ms. Albiani, Ms. Jamerson, Mr. Track, Mr. Vargas, Mr. Perez, and Superintendent Hoffman. I'm Sheriff Prasad,
And I am Mintam Long.
and we are excited to be here to present to you on behalf of the Monterey Trail region. There are great things happening in our unique region, but first, let's introduce you to the principals for the 7 schools present with us here tonight. Laura Ricks, Monterey Trail High School. Doug Wendell, Rio Casadero High School. Charles Amy, Edward Harris Jr. Middle School. Kilolo Umi, Barbara Comstock Morse Elementary School. Brian McNeil, Irene B. West Elementary School. Tamala Moore, Roy Herberger Elementary School. And John Stanton, Raymond Case Elementary School.
We would like to introduce our amazing student choirs from Monterey Trail High School and Raymond Case, led by Miss Rachel Yoder and Miss Jennifer Neufeld, who will sing the national anthem followed by an inspirational song they performed at our MT Open House Showcase. And unique to our region, we are excited to be the host of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing program. Being the only region with American Sign Language classes, we are honored to have Cristiana Bayudas, a Monterey Trail High School student in ASL 2, signing the national anthem.
The little one right there.
My cousin. I was like, oh, who is she? I should have someone over here.
Hey, before you leave, if you want to stay up there, we're going to give a minute for parents to come up and take pictures if you'd like. Is that okay? Can we hold for a minute? I want to take a picture too. Wait, which one's your cousin? The third one, too. Oh. But why do I want to take a picture too? All right, let's have one more round of applause for the Monterey Trail Combined Choir. During the open house. I'm going here. Yeah, look right there. I think as you start, they'll stop talking.
The MT region is proud of the consistent dedication we have shown in our positive behavior intervention and sports, otherwise known as our PBIS programs. We have earned high awards celebrating our fidelity and success, including 3 schools earning gold awards and 2 earning silver. Here is Leanna Jackson from Barbara Comstock Morse Elementary School to share more.
Hello, guests. My name is Leanna Jackson, and I'm a proud 6th grade student at Barbara Comstock Morris Elementary. My school is a proud PBIS Gold recipient. PBIS stands for Positive Behavioral Intervention and Support, and I have experienced the difference this framework has made in my school's climate and culture. Now, it is my honor to introduce to you a video detailing more about this effective framework.
Safe means doing something that you are supposed to do. To be careful. Oh, Aiden, get down from there. No, why should I? Because they're gonna hurt. No, I've been doing this for 3 weeks. I'm scared. You're doing bad things. Don't get down. You broke it off. What happened? Oh, well, maybe I should get down. Yeah, you should. Yeah, that's the way you should be doing them.
It means being dependable, making good choices, and being accountable for your actions.
Being kind to others.
Cut.
Do that. That's not very respectful. That's not the very good way. Good job, Isabel. That is the very good way. To be sharing. To be killing. Wait, do you know what a meeting box is?
Yeah, I do, but I don't want to show you.
Oh, okay.
3 hours later.
Hey, what are you doing? Are you lost?
Yes.
Well, I came to apologize because I knew what I was doing was mean, and do you accept my apology?
Yes. Now, do you know what lunchroom is? Cause I left my lunchbox.
Yeah, the lunchroom is over here.
Okay. Hey, thanks for showing me what a lunchroom is. That was super kind of you.
Yeah,
I feel so much better.
yeah, you're
That's
welcome.
really the really what it is. Yeah.
What does hardworking mean to you? Hardworking to me means when someone works hard, that is like they're learning skills and developing skills for later on in life. If you don't work hard, you don't get skills, and you can't do anything later on in life.
Our region is also proud to have strength in both our student leadership programs and our advancement via individual determination programs. Helping us by communicating in American Sign Language is Taven Faust, MTHS student and member of the deaf community. AVID is present in our region from 6th through 12th grade and our student leadership programs. Let's take a look at what's going on at Edward Harris Junior Middle School.
Hi, welcome to Student Leadership. This is our classroom behind us. This is where student leadership takes place. When you enter student leadership, you'll be introduced by Mrs. Goto. She is the teacher for student leadership for 7th and 8th grade. In leadership, you'll learn how to show what kindness and possibilities you have of being a leader and what capabilities you have of showing kindness.
Things you'll be doing in leadership are recycling. You'll also be doing weekly assignments such as weekly acts of service, which is where you'll be reporting what you did for the week that was kind or positive to you. You'll also be doing assignments that'll help prepare you for your final. Some things that you would do in leadership are making projects and helping Mrs. Goto with events such as the dance. You may help decorate or prepare with the Student of the Month, which is where teachers award some students and they'll get prize. So you'll be giving them pizza and some other snacks.
Hello, welcome to AVID 7. In this class, we will be focusing on organization and prepping for high school and college.
In this class, we mostly work on agenda checks, Cornell notes, bi-monthlies, and learning logs.
How has this class impacted you?
This class helped me stay organized and maintain a good grade. What about you?
This class has helped me stay organized and help me keep up with what I do for each class.
So if you ever want to join AVID, just join. Just join.
Now, we would like to share with you a little bit about an event that brings all of our region schools together, helping to celebrate the opportunities for all at MT and just how exciting it is to be a Mustang. In January, our annual MT Open House Showcase was attended by over 600 families from throughout the region as our elementary feeder schools joined our high school in activities together while learning about the amazing opportunities on the trail. Let's take a look.
On January 12, 2023, our Mustang family had the pleasure of hosting the Monterey Trail Open House. This was a great opportunity to open our doors to our community. We invited the public, current students, and parents, as well as future Mustangs from the middle schools in our area. Our open house showcase was unique because we made it our goal to have activities and performances that include our feeder elementaries and middle schools participating side by side with our Mustang students to help them see themselves as future Mustangs. This year, our choir and Raymond Case Choir both performed individually and then together, sharing their inspirational message of hope. Roy Herberger and Barbara Comstock Morse joined our girls varsity basketball. Over 600 people attended from all ages throughout our region to learn about the opportunities and what it takes to be a Mustang. Our guests were greeted with music and performances from our talented students. Parents and scholars had an opportunity to interact with teachers and staff, and guests were able to tour some of our special classrooms, including our visual and performing arts programs and career and technical education labs. We had department booths displaying student work and information about the curriculum. We had an amazing time showing off the best of our students and forging a deeper connection to our community. We can't wait to do it again. Thank you for your support, Mustangs.
And now we turn it over to Principal Doug Wendell to share about the Monterey Trail Regional Equity Coalition.
My name is Doug Wendell, and as they said, I'm principal at Rio Cazadero High School. Following the killing of George Floyd, principals in our region decided we wanted to do more than write a letter. We wanted to do something together, and so we created the Monterey Trail Regional Equity Coalition. We meet regularly, at least once a month, as principals to discuss the issues around equity and particularly supporting our Black and African American students. The site leaders within our region also want to express our appreciation for the other district departments, because while we started it locally, we've been supported by secondary and elementary education, as well as ed equity and the FACE departments. And we meet also as a region with community members and students and families to discuss issues of equity. We recently had an event where we had a panel of students who, rather than us talking to them, they talked to us and we listened, and that was a very powerful event. And we are dedicated to continuing our work to address attendance issues and academics and creating a welcoming environment for all students, but particularly our Black and African American students. And the work that we've been doing as part of the Monterey Trail Regional Equity Coalition has been, for me, one of the most powerful things I've been involved in as an educator, and has really led for us to create some changes in our schools. Thank you.
So those are just a few of the highlights of our region, and we thank you for having us tonight. We encourage you to stop by the sites and check out all we have to offer. And we look forward to seeing you at the region celebrate the culmination of the hard work our students have put as they walk across the MTHS graduation stage this May.
To close this out, we are handing it over to Senelete Bruno Tautiaki and Justin Bright from Irene B. West Elementary School to share some upcoming events.
Good evening. My name is Senelete Bruno Tautiaki. And my name is Justin Bright, and we attend West Elementary. We hope that you've enjoyed the Monterey Trail Region presentation. First event is on, we would like to welcome you to some upcoming events in our region. Our first event is our MTREC meeting on April 6th. And the next event is the Irene B. West Multicultural Fair on June 1st. On behalf of all the students and staff from the Monterey Trail region, thank you for inviting us to share the great things happening on the trail. We are MT. Thank you.
I want to thank all of the representatives, the student representatives from the Monterey Trail region. Thank you for an excellent presentation, excellent report. And one more time, I'm going to recognize the principals of these fine schools, Ms. Laura Ricks, Monterey Trail High School. Mr. Charles Amy, Edward Harris Junior Middle School. John Santon, Raymond Case Elementary School. Kilolo Umi, Barbara Comstock Morse Elementary School. Dr. Tamala Moore, Roy Herberger Elementary School. Brian McNeil, Irene B. West Elementary School. And Doug Wendell, Rio Casadero High School. Students, you are dismissed. Next item is one of two resolutions on the agenda today. The first is National School Library Week. I'd like to call on Lisa Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via this item.
Thank you. Do we have any blue cards on this item?
Yes, we do have blue cards on this item. I have Lori Gardner, followed by Heidi Moore.
Miss Gardner, who will be followed by Miss Moore. Come on down. If that microphone is too low for you, there's a black button. You could push the top of it and it'll move the whole podium up.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to take this opportunity to speak about a very important issue that was brought up during a recent meeting that I attended. As we celebrate Library Week, it is important that we also take the time to reflect on the books that are being made available to our children in our schools. During the meeting that I attended on February 16th, myself and other concerned parents raised our shock and disapproval of some of the sexualized and pro-trans books that were found in the libraries of our kindergarten through 6th grade elementary schools. We were hoping to gain some clarity on who is responsible for bringing these books into the schools, but unfortunately, we were unable to get a clear answer. It is concerning to me that some of these books contain adult content that is not age appropriate for our children. As parents, we should have the right to know what books are available to our children in the libraries and classrooms. And we should also have the ability to provide our input on what books are being made available. I was also surprised to learn that some of these sexualized type books are available in our middle school and high school libraries. While it is important for our children to learn about history, social justice, family dynamics, and self-esteem, we need to ensure that the books they are reading are appropriate for their age level. Some of the books that were found contain material that is not appropriate for minors, including descriptions of parental rape, incest, and animal molestation. During the meeting, the district staff confirmed that they were aware of the books being in the libraries, but they were not willing to remove them. However, they did agree to develop and implement a parent communication strategy plan to allow parents to access school library and classroom book inventories, as well as review all pertinent board policies, administrative regulations, and procedures regarding the library materials selection process and age appropriateness. As we move forward, I hope that the district staff can inform us of what authority the community has if parents and caregivers disagree with potential incoming library books for the future. We should all work together to ensure that our children have access to books that are appropriate for all their ages, their level, and promote the positive values that we want them to have. Thank you.
Heidi Moore.
Thank you.
Before you approve this item declaring a National School Library Week, I thought it might be important to bring to your attention some of the statements made in this declaration. Last time I spoke to the board in person, I brought to your attention the fact that there were books in all district elementary school libraries using terminology such as vagina, penis, partners, sex drive, sex reassignment surgery, testes and ovaries, and more. Additionally, there are several books challenging gender identity to the point of saying that maybe babies don't have a gender at all. I emailed all board members after my statement and only Mr. Forcina responded. Your silence speaks volumes. Since that time, some fellow parents and I have had a meeting with several district officials regarding library books and the district's lack of any kind of approval process or checks and balances for books placed in libraries or even classrooms for that matter. At this meeting, Ms. Jennifer Avey admitted that these books aren't appropriate for children under 4th grade, yet they refused to remove them from the library. In tonight's declaration, it states it is important to recognize the unique contributions of all library workers and the value to individuals and society of those contributions. This statement infers that library workers have great impact on society, or in this matter, our children. I strongly encourage the board to enact and demand an approval policy, a system with checks and balances before any book can be placed into a library or classroom. Most recently, I discovered a few pornographic books in the PGHS CAMS library. The descriptions include the following. From the book Punkzilla, it includes cat molestation using a pencil, sexually explicit scenes with a discussion of hand jobs and blowjobs, teenage prostitution, pedophilia, and more. Another example, these are just 2 examples I'm sharing with you. In the book, The Bluest Eye, it contains graphic descriptions of rape, incest, and pedophilia. Children shouldn't read about a dad whose anus softens at the sight of his own naked daughter's body. That is available to my 7th grader next year. She's going to be in 7th grade, available to 7th graders. Okay? If we are going to have a declaration recognizing the impact of libraries on our children and societies, then it is time to start censoring these inappropriate and sensitive topics from minors. If you truly recognize the impact of libraries, then be responsible with the material you are providing to our children. And furthermore, provide transparency to parents. None of these books were provided to me. I had to seek them out. You're hiding it from me. You're hiding it from parents. They all deserve to know. And they deserve better, and our kids deserve better. So it makes me question, what is your intention with our children, and what else are you hiding? Thank you.
Thank you. Having no more blue cards, I'm going to close public comment and invite Mr. Chad Schweitzer up to present this resolution.
Good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, Chad Schweitzer, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Ed, here to talk tonight about National Library Week. Annually, National Library Week is celebrated during the month of April, and libraries host special events to highlight the unique role libraries play in people's lives. This year's theme is There's More to the Story. First promoted in 1958, National Library Week is sponsored by the American Library Association and observed in libraries across the country. Libraries are full of stories in a variety of formats, from picture books to large print, audiobooks to ebooks, and more. Libraries lend items like museum passes, games, musical instruments, and tools out to members of the community. Library programming brings communities together for entertainment, education, and connection through book clubs, story times, movie nights, classes, and lectures. Library infrastructure advances communities, providing internet and technology access, literary skills, support for business, job seekers, and entrepreneurs. Celebrations occurring across the nation during National Library Week include National Library Workers Day, National Library Outreach Day, and Take Action for Libraries Day. This evening, we ask that special recognition be extended to the Elk Grove Unified School District libraries during the week of April 23rd through 29th. It's essential to continue our acknowledgement of the valuable contributions and recognize all library workers, including librarians, school support staff, and others who make library services possible for all of our students. The Board of Education is requested to approve resolution number 64, proclaiming April 23rd through 29th as National Library Week.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Before I call for a motion, I'd just like to ask whether we have any of our librarians in the audience today. Please do stand so we can recognize and appreciate you. Thank you. To my colleagues, one of the other things that is changing as we're going back to pre-pandemic Brown Act rules is that we can now go back to voting by acclamation. So we don't do a roll call vote unless it's required for specific circumstances. So the way that works, for those of you who have never had the pleasure of seeing that in action, I will ask all in favor and you will all respond at the same time if you are in favor, and then ask all opposed and you will say nay if you are opposed. And we just take a voice vote. If it sounds like we have a majority, that's all we do. If it's not clear, then we will go to a roll call vote. Okay.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment
Amendment to what, sir?
to this resolution.
Okay, go ahead.
Whereas this school district, Elk Grove Unified School District, seek funds to open libraries to be open on Saturdays and after school.
Okay, that sounds to me like something substantive that would have need to be brought up before this meeting. So we really can't entertain that at this point.
Funds. I'm not saying we're gonna fund it,
Right.
that we should pursue funds to have our libraries open on Saturdays and after schools because of the fact that a lot of our students are
Mr.
behind
Pettis,
in the
I need to
reading
stop you.
levels.
Mr.
And we
Pettis, I
need
to
to
stop
be
you.
creative.
Mr. Bettis, I need to stop you because we publicly noticed this item and the text. So unfortunately, we're not able to make a substantive change like what you're suggesting. It's not, I'm not ruling on the merits, I'm ruling on process. Okay, so thank you.
Process?
Yes, sir.
I've amended other resolutions before and they
Right.
passed.
It was
Can I call
it was
for a vote?
wordsmithing. No, you may not, sir. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 64, proclaiming April 23rd to 29th, 2023 as National School Library Week.
So moved.
Move, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
I'll call for a vote, roll call vote.
Did you catch the procedural change, sir?
What time, you just mention what time you can call it.
I'm sorry? Okay, I don't know what that was about. Okay, so I heard a majority vote and the resolution passes. Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Next resolution, Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public Zoom, any comments on Public Schools Month resolution?
Madam President, we have no public comment via Zoom on this resolution.
Thank you. Gina, do we have any blue cards on this resolution?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Ms. Avey, could you please come up to present the resolution?
Good evening. President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos behind me. I'm here tonight to ask the Board of Education to adopt resolution number 65, which proclaims April 2023 as Public Schools Month in Elk Grove Unified School District. During the 1920s, the Free and Accepted Masons of California initiated the annual recognition of the role that public schools play in our communities. Since then, the state of California has designated April as Public Schools Month. During these unprecedented times, we acknowledge the contributions our schools play in ensuring the safety and well-being of our students. Had a great demonstration of that tonight with the students who came forward tonight and our principals supporting them. The purpose of Public Schools Month is to encourage communities to set aside time to honor our public schools and to enlist the community's continued support for public education. Community members are invited to personally recognize the dedication and commitment of the staff at their neighborhood schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Avey. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 65, proclaiming April 2023 as Public Schools Month in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
I heard a first and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? Thank you. Resolution passes unanimously. Next up, we are moving to public comment for items not on the agenda. This is still at the top of the meeting. Comments on specific items will be taken when those items are presented, just to remind you. Ms. Lavasser, could you please call up the first folks who are testifying via Zoom today for items not on the agenda?
First on the agenda for public comment via Zoom is Mark Graham. He is not. Next on the list is Brandon Morgan.
Hi, you hear me?
We can, sir. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, President Chavez Espinoza and the board members again for this opportunity to address you in regards to the Inclusive Education Program. Oh, you guys full screen this on me and now I can't see my notes. All right, there we go. So it's March, the month that you as a board have designated as Disability Awareness Month. And once again, we're here, still frustrated, still waiting, and more getting worried about the children with disabilities in the Inclusive Ed program, as we've not been presented with any plan as to how the district administration will move forward to serve these kids in a way that allows them to succeed in their goals and further their education. Back in my first public comment on this issue, I discussed that my biggest worry was about the kids whose goals were not academic based, not being supported properly through the Learning Center model. In the move to downside the Inclusive Ed program, teachers that had a moderate to severe credential were moved into self-contained classrooms, leaving only mild to moderate credentialed teachers to serve all of Inclusive Ed students. Because of this, we're seeing kids who had previously had proper supports from appropriately credentialed teachers regressing in goals that they had previously been successful in. And those regressions have been pretty huge for some of those kids. And while there's many amazing and wonderful mild to moderate credentialed teachers, not only do they not have the appropriate credential, education, or background to serve this population, they've been given a larger caseload where the model of serving those students is more time consuming than the students under the standard Learning Center model that they've grown accustomed to working on. Now, I don't think David Riley, Chris Hoffman, or Mark Cerruti fully understood the ramifications that this decision would have on the success of our Inclusive Ed students when they made this decision behind everyone's backs. And I can understand how they couldn't have understood this, being that none of them have a background in special education or primary education, where early intervention happens to build the necessary skills for success in the later parts of education. When you don't even take the time to consult people with proper credentials and experience, it's easy to make catastrophic mistakes. I understand they believe this would solve one problem for this year, but what about next year? The district likely applied for a waiver with the CTC to allow these teachers to work outside their credential. But what about next year? Another waiver is not going to suddenly reverse the regressions from this year. The model for the Inclusive Ed program till this decision was designed with these moderate to severe support needs in mind. The decision makers at that time knew that these kids could be in a gen ed classroom and succeed with the right supports. Now, I'm asking the district to not just provide a plan for next year, but provide an alternate plan in case staffing levels can't meet that plan. Provide a contingency plan if your alternate plan doesn't work, and provide your emergency plan for if everything falls apart. I'm also asking the board, as this is within your power, what we have elected you to do, hold Chris Hoffman accountable to this. Finally, I'd like to also thank the parents who discussed the appropriateness of books in the school library containing subject matters such as rape, incest, and animal molestation. I really do think it's time we consider whether or not it's appropriate to keep the Bible in our school library shelves. Thank you.
Next public comment is Gabrielle Ingram. No. Heidi Broberg. Christina Navarrete.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, Hen. I'm just wondering, I'm gonna bring up the fact that they had some drag queen thing at school. It was a mandatory whatever, where all the kids had to be there. And I just don't see how that has anything to do with education. It's straight up perversion, and it's perverted, and it doesn't belong in school at all, period. If they grow up and choose to live this type of lifestyle, then they can do that as adults, but as children, this should not be forced upon them. Hello?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Have you finished your comments?
Yes, I have.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Lavasser, next comment?
Next up is Brad Miller. No. Carrie Wilcox. Jose Monroe or Monroy. Anthony Rego. Marian Fimbres. Nicole Wallace. Kimberly E. Priwani Welbaton Gabriel.
Hi there, speaker. You appear to be muted. Can you try to unmute yourself? Or is that us who's muted, Steve? Okay. If you can unmute yourself, we're ready for you. Okay, can we go back to the next person and try to come back to the speaker?
Sure. Next speaker, Enoch Eo. No. Rosie Jimenez. No. Desiree Robeldo. Sorry. Patricia Javier. Sawat Senyum.
Go ahead, speaker. We're
Hi.
ready for you.
Good evening. Yes, thank you. I am, my name is Sawait Sium, and I am a concerned member of the community. And the reason I'm weighing in this evening is in strong opposition to what took place last Friday at the Multicultural Assembly. It came to our attention that there were drag queens that were invited to the high school, and that parents were not notified in advance about the planned activities. And I believe very strongly that students should have had the right to opt out of this activity. And I really hope that the board will take some sort of action to ensure that this will never happen again, and that the values of parents, families, and students are upheld. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, H. Christopher Rodriguez. No. Tracy Deming. Asmaran Gabrenmendihan.
Hi there,
Yes.
speaker. We're ready for you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Asmaron, Eritrean immigrant to America 6 years ago, and my kids 2 years ago. So as a parent, I have three kids enrolled in Elk Grove Unified School District. So my last son is in Catherine Albany Middle School. And it came to my attention that still we had a long way to go to behavioral, cultural ways of living. But Catherine Albany has mistreated my son so many times because of his inclination to his belief and the words he speaks with his friends. And the school administration is using other students to follow and report things which he didn't do anything to do with the rules of the school. So I have met with the principal and I have reported it to Elk Grove Unified School District. There is a strong pressure because of his belief, and they kept him 2 hours in the office, terrorize him, and they do whatever to my son because he said a word they say is offensive, but he did not. Second, they did it again. They arrested him in the office for 1 hour and going and meeting all students to find evidence so that they frame him. And this is a clear violation of belief. And also today, as parents are describing, in high school, without giving an option or to opt out to go or not to go, doing something like this, as a parent, I'm still terrified. And this Elk Grove School District will try to work on these sensitive issues of culture, belief, and also respect of others so that others will respect others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next comment.
Next comment, Ellen Malik. Ricardo Gutierrez. No. Rachel Catan.
Go ahead, Ms. Catan, we're ready for you.
Okay, thank you. So my comment is in regards to the multicultural ceremony that had taken place. And my question is, how are drag queens part of how are they part of a multicultural event? I saw that the performers didn't necessarily strip down to expose body parts, but they were stripping clothes off with another layer of clothes on underneath. All the while, kids are screaming and cheering at the removal of the clothes, which is suggestive. And I truly believe that parents should have been notified. Did it occur to you that there may be some students that were uncomfortable, that were forced to sit through a sexualized drag queen performance as part of a multicultural assembly? When I think of multicultural, I think of different cultures around the world, Japanese, Italian, French, where you're learning about their foods and their beliefs and their customs. Drag queens are a social group. You can think of social groups like Antifa or Proud Boys or other types of groups. So how does exposing minor students to the over-sexualization of drag queens benefit the academic success of students? How are they being enriched by having students watch a drag show? I really hope that you as trustees think about that and don't allow drag shows to happen again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next comment.
So that was the last of the comments, but do you want to try to go back to see if that one?
Yes,
Public
please.
Comments is there. So
Yeah.
Freywani. Well, then Gabriel.
Hi, speaker, can you hear me? We are ready for you.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, I can hear you.
Go right ahead.
I just want to give a comment regarding Sawait and Asporum. That what they comment. I really, we came from Bay Area here, but we just want to know, especially the culture issue and our students have, the right, especially if the L group, it happens without the choice to give out. Please, we just want to know what is going on in the school, especially about the sexuality, about the belief different culture. We just want to be involved, family, and I want you guys to take consideration about the Sawite's comment and ask forums. And thank you. I just came to support.
Thank you, ma'am. So I believe that's all of our Zoom comments. Thank you, Ms. Lavasser. Ms. Jamerson, do we have some blue cards?
Nancy,
Oh, didn't see your hand there, Mr. Fortuna.
we had a high percentage of people tonight that didn't tune in when their names were called.
Yes, sir.
Do we have, along with their names, do we have the item that they wanted to discuss?
Oh, I see where you're
And
going.
if we
with
do,
this.
can we have a list of that?
I think that would be interesting. It's, it's possible that lots of the folks who signed up maybe thought that that was a sufficient way to communicate a position to us. So if that information is available, I'd love it emailed to the board. Thank you, Carmen. All right, Ms. Jamerson.
Okay. First we have Jesse Bermudez, followed by Dustin Noble.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jesse Bermudez. I'm the district director for Assembly Member Stephanie Wynn. My team and I are here today to introduce ourselves to you, to let you know that Assembly Member Wynn's district office is now open. This is Stephanie Fan and Lin Yi. They're part of our team. Our office is located at 9250 Laguna Springs Drive, Suite 220. And we're here to assist families and residents with difficulties navigating some of state agencies. So we come here and offer our support for the families, teachers, friends, to just let you know that we're here. I have left my business card with your team so they can hand it out to you. And I'll also leave a stack of business cards outside for anybody in the audience that would like to connect with us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate Ms. Wynn's team coming out to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have Dustin Noble, followed by Courtney Arozena. Apologies.
As you come up, I'll just share again my blanket reminder that we're going to do our best to get people's names right, but please, please always correct us because we want to learn and we want to do better. Go ahead, sir.
Sounds fair. Dustin Noble. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Yes, I am back. I want to tell you a story about a former student from Elk Grove High School from about 20 years ago. They were visually impaired, legally blind, and needed some very specific supports. Students' grades were slipping, a lot of lack of motivation, and very clearly on the spectrum, though without a diagnosis until much later in life. Spending most of their academic career self-advocating and ensuring they sat in the front of every primary class so they could see the board. High school was a very different beast and the needs and expectations greater. They were placed on an IEP in the 10th grade, but with nowhere to really place them to meet their needs. While some gen ed classes were prepared to help and ensure their needs were met, this was not common practice, and thus the student needed placement somewhere. They ended up being placed in a self-contained classroom for emotionally disturbed students. This classroom was a portable placed in the furthest location on the Elk Grove High campus. You could practically kick dirt and hit the football field. They were placed in the rear of the class, partitioned off from the rest of the classmates so they could focus and use the magnification equipment. As time went on, they became aware that this class was clearly not just ED students, It was a mix of ASD, ED, and some students in need of specific academic services. Students that clearly should not have been paired with students with rage issues, finding the ASD students in particular the target of their rage and bullying. This was a dumping ground, the opposite of what inclusion was today. I share this with you not to stir up parent fears or monger anger or take away from the necessity of self-contained classes and the services that they provide those students that need those services. I share it to simply say, this is what it looks like with less inclusive services. When you take things away and where kids can end up without the right people in place to advocate and steer their academic journey. Parents, just be mindful, pay close attention to your IEPs and the services being provided. This was clearly not inclusive services. We need to ensure we never go back to these days. I know I will never allow this to happen to my own son. And if it was not obvious enough, I was that student. That was my experience. Thank you.
Courtney, followed by Jency Ferraro.
Good evening. I have some support here tonight. I'm here to talk about inclusion and special education again. Every month, my son, Nathan, he's in 6th grade, wants to come to the board meetings and make a speech himself. I believe in letting kids be little. So he doesn't know 98% of what's happening right now with inclusion. He does know that his whole world was turned upside down in August when his inclusion specialist had to leave our school due to the changes that were made. He knows that without warning, the person that had nurtured and loved him since his first day of kindergarten was suddenly gone. He knows that 6th grade has been so much more difficult without her. He knows that he's afraid of 7th grade and middle school and thinks that if she was still working with him, she would be able to help him overcome the fear of the unknown, just like she always did in the past. He knows that he has regressed, even if he doesn't know how to express and communicate that. He told me what he would tell you. My kind, sweet boy is worried about the other inclusion kids at the school. He thinks that he can convince you to bring her back, despite months of me telling him that it's not going to happen. I have not let Nathan come because I want to protect him. Also, I have not let Nathan speak because I worry people think I'm using him and trying to get attention. Maybe I'm wrong and I'm being overprotective and I should let him talk to you himself. I hate that he's anxious about this. I always try to play it cool around him. I'm always honest, but more than anything, reassuring. I don't know how to rectify this. I don't know how to help him heal from being blindsided and betrayed. Children with autism don't adapt to change well. We talked about this and how this change was implemented over and over again. That's why it's so disappointing that it's March and we have not heard a plan for inclusion. If the district was listening to what we were saying, they would know our children need to be prepared in advance for changes. This has absolutely turned our world upside down. We'd like to know what we have to prepare for next. I've avoided speaking to my personal situation for months, but I'm going to try to be brave and explain where I'm personally come from. I have a precarious health situation. I have a complicated combination of chronic diseases, both autoimmune and rare. Since I was a teenager, I have received aggressive treatment, including chemotherapy for years. Most of my pregnancy with Nathan, I was bald. And from the time Nathan was 6 months old until he was almost 4, I was considered terminal. Every day that I'm here is a day that I wasn't supposed to be here. And I take that, I live with purpose. Things have been a little off in the last few years. We've had a lot of close calls. I never know what's coming up next, so I have to prepare for everything. My backup plans have backup plans. Before this decision was to drastically change inclusion was pause the clock, please. Before this was made, I'd ask myself at night if he'd be okay if I wasn't here tomorrow. And I always felt so secure with his education he was getting and how much he'd learned. And I thought he had a bright future ahead of him because of everything he's received from this district. And that peace of mind was taken away from me in August. And I need it back. And I've got reassurances from people in the district that he'll always be taken care of. And I believe that those are sincere. But it's not enough. I'm just one parent with one situation. There are plenty of other parents that have other things going on in their lives. They need this to not be the center of every day. Our kids need stability. Our kids need security. We need to know what's going on. I need to know what's going on.
Oh, we're all here. Hi. So many, Courtney. Good evening, I'm Jency Ferraro. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Vargas and Ms. Jamerson for amazing personal conversations that we had since our last board meeting, and thank you for making time to talk to us outside of the boardroom. So I am the mother of 5 brilliant, beautiful Black children who attend school within EGUSD. As you've heard me say, I have 4 on IEPs and 1 has a 504. To say the school year has been emotionally taxing is an understatement. However, I would like to share a positive experience I recently had as a volunteer for and participant of the first annual Black Family Conference. The event was hosted by the Families of Black Students Union, an affinity group created within the FACE department. At this event, the local Black-owned businesses were highlighted, Black leadership and support teams and the community provided workshops. Students from several schools across the district performed, and we had a chance to enjoy 2 meals together. The efforts to build community, build up our babies, and strengthen parent and guardian advocacy was intentional, meaningful, and it worked. I would like to thank the FACE department from the bottom of my heart. But I need this to be the culture at each school. It's great that it's overarching, but we're not getting to the schools. I would also like to personally thank the advocates at BYLP, Maureen Pryor, Exquisitive Hunley, Lisa Stanley, Sharina Shaw, and peer advocates Jada and Adrian. If it were not for this group of advocates, I quite literally would be in a full crisis within my family. I'm not coming to you today with one of the horrific stories that we've heard too many times that our Black families are experiencing within this district. I'm coming to you today as a parent of Black students who are constantly having to navigate and recenter after experiencing micro and macro aggressions within an educational system that is doing just enough so they can survive and rarely anything to create a learning environment in which they can thrive. I watched the board meeting some time ago where BYLP mapped out what services they could provide via the MOU that the district that would create safe spaces within our schools for Black students. It's mind-blowing to me that you did not take them up on this opportunity and join forces. I was recently told student safety is our top priority. Well, apparently emotional safety is not included. I love my children with every ounce of everything in me. However, I am white, and I am humble enough to admit that my love will never be enough. My children need a strong Black community that can protect, defend, educate, listen to, and genuinely love on them. If I can publicly admit this, when will EGUSD be humble enough to admit that this system that was built by white people for white people and it was not for our Black students? They need you, and we need our school board to advocate for or provide funding so our Black students can thrive emotionally, academically, and wholly. Thank you.
I have Elizabeth Rodriguez, followed by Amy, I apologize, Karchner. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Hoffman and council members. All right, I've been on EGUSD for 5 years. I started out as a yard supervisor, uncontracted in 2018. And in 2019, I decided that next, become a paraeducator. In order to make that happen, I went back to school to complete my credits at EGACE. It took me 2.5 years. When I was done with all my credits, I moved on to my paraeducator certification. While going to school, I was working and raising a family. I worked as a yard supervisor, and then I also worked at ACE's program. As of Friday, February 24th at 1:30, I was released from probationary. I was not given an explanation or given a 6-month evaluation. I worked at Interim as a yard supervisor for a year, nearly by myself, due to staff shortage. I was the only paraeducator that would volunteer to work in the PALS class because of a shortage. In August of 22, when we still inclusion supervisors, I was instructed by the supervisor on tasks that needed to be taken with that child I was being assigned with. I also was aware that I would be working with another paraeducator. Due to multiple changes, no other paraeducator or training was given. I have learned most of my training through experience. On multiple occasions while I was not on the clock, the VP contacted me personally, accusing me of situations. The situations that the VP was accusing me of have been invalid and inappropriate. She recently instructed me with some issues that I corrected. I was working at Anna Gator for 1.5 years. I have always been on time, respectful, safe, and responsible. I never said no to any job assignment that was given. As of Monday, February 27th, per Mary Ponce, I was put on a no rehire list, which is making me feel as if I am a criminal when I didn't do anything wrong. I'm unsure how EGUSD continuously states that there's a major staff shortage district-wide, but yet they continue to release employees with no valid explanation. Thank you.
Amy, followed by Heidi Moore.
Good evening. Good evening. I am an Elk Grove Unified School District graduate. I have 4 children in this district. I've been a part of this district since 1983, and in 30 years, I have never felt betrayal like I felt on Friday. On Thursday, March 3rd, we were notified that there would be a multicultural expo assembly during school the following day, and that picking our kids up from school would not be allowed. One of my children told me the Punjabi dancing was incredible. Another one of my children texted me mortified because the so-called cultural expo was ending with a drag show. He was uncomfortable and felt trapped. Another student, not even my son, sent me a video in real time and expressed his discomfort. If you'd like to see the video, you can see the bewilderment of the students sitting around him. I was with a friend who happens to be queer and active in the LGBT community when my children started texting me from school. His response, that his LGBTQ community is embarrassed by the assumption that they are affiliated with agendas like this. The drag show that ended Friday's cultural assembly without proper notification of parents was inappropriate. The administration could have easily included an outline or program in the mass but vague email they sent out about the assembly less than 24 hours before the assembly happened. Last year, they published a list of the clubs that would be performing, It's not a coincidence that this year they didn't. Administration knew this was the first performance of this type at this school. And when I spoke to the vice principal, she feigned surprise that this would be controversial and obviously had a script that she stuck to. Also not a coincidence. They knew there would be parents like me that would not support this. And that is why they let it in under the guise of culture, which is also not a coincidence. They required attendance and didn't allow dismissal, which is not only illegal, but is also not a coincidence. They had the self-proclaimed drag queens perform at the very end of the assembly because they knew there would be a reaction. Coincidence, this is not. The parents' performance happened after and separate from the children. The parents' version did not contain the political propaganda that the students' version was preceded by, in which various states of our nation were publicly insulted, some of which we have family living in. This is not a coincidence. So we are clear, I am more upset with the school's blatant lack of transparency and integrity about the drag show than I am the drag show itself. People who have nothing to hide, hide nothing, and distrust is a very large hurdle that I'm afraid the principal and by extension your board will have a very difficult time negotiating with honest, supportive, and contributing parents like me. Parents who raise honor students and AP students, parents who raise their kids.
If you could kindly wrap up, please.
What?
If you could kindly wrap up.
This is it. Parents who raise honor students, parents who raise kids who have not burdened the administration one time, not one disciplinary issue, parents whose kids serve in the community, parents whose kids you should be fighting to accommodate and keep in your school. I wish I was more hopeful that you have the courage to stand for anything related to my parental rights, but I couldn't be
Need you to
complicit
wrap
in
up,
silence.
please.
This is my last line. I will sleep at peace tonight with my conscience, but shame on the Elk Grove Unified School District and specifically Principal Keplinger. The bigger question is, will you sleep?
Heidi Moore, followed by Elda Ortiz.
So, like Amy, I was shocked on Friday. I received a text from my daughter saying, "Mom, guess what? What? My school had a drag performance." I was shocked. She said it was done at a multicultural assembly. You see, I knew about this assembly because Ms. Keplinger emailed parents the day before. But as Amy stated, it said nothing about a sexual performance. It was a very vague email, just saying it was a multicultural assembly without any outline. There was no mention of the sexual drag performance, like I said. And by the way, it in the performance, it was also called a political protest by the participants themselves. I have the direct quote, so you know. Quote, this is from the group that performed. Quote, so gender and sexuality aren't race or ethnicity, but still a culture because culture emerges from community, which is why we are here today. Pride is part of queer culture. Our performance is a protest for all the queens and transgender youth whose lives were lost for doing exactly what we are doing. Our performance is for our community in Oklahoma, Idaho, Florida, Arkansas, Texas, Arizona, Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee, where we are actively being targeted. Everyone deserves to love, to be, and to be loved. So, are we allowing political protests in our schools now, or just for certain groups? The dancers proceeded to dance in a provocative way, one even stripping some of their clothing. Why was this sexual, political performance kept from parents and students for that matter? It was a mandatory assembly, as was mentioned. It was placed in the middle of the day. And Ms. Keplinger's email said that there would be no early dismissals. It's despicable that this performance took place at all, but if you're going to insist to have it, you must absolutely clearly communicate with parents and students in advance. My daughter felt so uncomfortable, and trust me, she is not the only student who felt that way. As I mentioned with the books, this is just another way you're sexualizing our children, and you're doing it secretly. Once again, you lack transparency. I would also like to add that the principal has started responding to myself and other parents, and it's a copy and paste email. How insulting is that? It's a copy and paste email response. And also, Mr. Curetti, who I've emailed, and some of my other friends who have been in the meeting with the books, we emailed him. There's been no response. Why? We deserve better than that. You can't sexualize our kids and then just ignore us. The last thing I want to say is if you have nothing to hide, then don't hide it. If you're proud of it, then tell us. Be transparent. These are our kids, not yours. Thank you.
Elda Ortiz, followed by Lori Gardner.
I would like to comment on the drag queen performance at the Pleasant Grove High School. Christian students and those of other religions shouldn't be forced to sit through a sexualized drag queen protest performance as part of a multicultural assembly. Parents and students should have been warned and given the opportunity to opt out. The goal is to be inclusive, right? Well, people of faith do not feel heard or respected when the school district takes it upon themselves to approve such performances. Everything is either governed by a law or rule. Please explain how this falls into a current law or rule by forcing students of many different faiths to sit and watch such performance. I'm hoping an email will be sent by the Elk Grove District explaining this to parents. Comprehensive sexual health curriculum adoption is also being adopted tonight. Parents will still be reviewing this tomorrow. So how can you adopt this without all parents having the opportunity to view the curriculum? Or is this another item that the board has given the authority to adopt without parents giving the opportunity to view the curriculum? I don't know how we've gotten to this place where this authority has been given to the board members without parents being alerted. Also, please look into the content of the books at the school libraries and confirm they are age appropriate for our children. I'm also concerned for the students with disabilities and what the plan is for the district to provide the education they well deserve. It is very disheartening, the stories I have heard from many parents. I was part of a disability committee statewide, and hearing what is going on with the Elk Grove district for many parents and the handling of the changes is unreal and unrealistic. Please provide a plan to the parents that are nervous about changes for their children and that are sitting at home in fear, not knowing what's going to happen. If this school board says they are for the students, they should be more open and transparent with what they're doing. I think you can all agree that as parents, we care. We care about our children, whether they have a disability or not. And I think that the school district should focus on anti-bullying classes or something, because whether it's by color, by religion, by sexual orientation, all the different differences that we all have, there is bullying going on and it continues. Please do something for the children. Thank you.
Lori Gardner, followed by Emelina Mendoza.
Thank you for letting me bring my concerns to your attention about the provocative nature and content of the Multicultural Assembly at Pleasant Grove High School recently. Please understand that I am not opposed to the assembly itself, but rather the specific content that was included this year. I have valid questions about whether this event was mandatory and if students received credit for attending. Additionally, whether parents and students were given an opportunity to opt out. It is important for parents and students to be informed of the content of school events and given the opportunity to opt out if they choose. Everyone, with the exception to children, knows a drag queen show is a provocative sexual display of queer culture and typically performed in an adult-only 21 years older bar, not at a school full of children. Children are 18 years and younger. I do raise a question about, or specifically to, I know you can't answer yet, Oliver, but you are our student board's member. I'd be very interested to know your stance on this issue.
I hope the school administration can address my concerns and ensure that future events are handled in a way that is sensitive to the needs and values of all of the members in the community. I had actually hoped that the the principal of Pleasant Grove High School would have attended today because she could have heard my response. I got an email from her today, and I was curious, Mark or Jennifer, if that principal was included on the email chain from our last meeting that we were at together, because the email response, or the email that I got from the principal was in response to my call. I did not call the principal. I do not know the principal. And the principal emailed me all about the multicultural assembly. So I don't know how that principal got my email. I don't know. You're the only people that have my email outside of people I give it to. So that is a concern. We're at the school board. I got an email today from the principal of Pleasant Grove High School addressing this concern as a result of my call, which I never made. I've never met nor talked or communicated once with the principal at Pleasant Grove High School. So that is a big concern as a local community member. Thanks.
Emelina, followed by Estela Uribe.
Good evening. My comment today is regarding the sexual education curriculum that you're considering to adopt today. It is disheartening. I have gone over some, because there's so much there, but some content of the curriculum. And it is packed with ideology about sexuality, which is not backed up by science or objective truth. This curriculum reduces the human being to its sexual behavior. That's all it does. It removes the dignity of a human being. It tells kids that they don't have self-control, as if they were animals. It promotes sex promiscuity and drug use, because it tells, if you're going to have sex with someone that is positive with HIV, take the pill so you don't get infected. Use clean needles. Don't share your needles. Wear condoms. Take contraceptives. For fifth graders, regarding gender, they can change their sex. They could go in, there's this little cartoon video where the kids are going to the bathroom stall and coming out, going in as a girl and coming out as something else, changing their names. Tell seventh graders, there are puberty blockers, there's sex change, there's name change. And by the way, you have the right to tell your doctor in private, and your doctor will not let your parents know anything about that. These very, very severe medical decisions. It vilifies the Hispanic community because the film that is there, it's called B. It's about a Hispanic father and a son that came out to him, and the father was shocked. I'm sorry, that's really bad. It invites and teach kids to become allies to the LGBT community and so on. This curriculum is not about healthy education. It's propaganda. It's indoctrinating gender ideology, which is not based in objective truth. There's no science to back that up. Our children don't need this confusion and this chaos. And that's the moment that this creates. Our children need a message of hope. And they deserve to hear the truth about the reality of who they are. They're not little sexual animals that just go around with no self-control having sex with anybody they want.
Can you kindly wrap up, please?
Yes, I will. So you have the power today to consider not approving this because the parents needs to have a saying in it, but you have the power to do that or not. But if you approve it, so God help you. You know, all of us.
Please wrap up.
Yes, despite of what you believe, what your faith believe, all of us will have one day our exiting interview. And I hope you can answer to God your decision today. Thank you very much.
Estela Uribe, followed by Brian Idadis. I apologize.
Hello, good evening. My name is Estela Uribe. And I was looking at, around the new curriculum. And I don't agree to pass the curriculum. I think the board, they never supply the place of the parents. And I have another question. I know the district can apply for a grant to open community schools. So are you as a district going to apply for it? Thank you.
Brian, followed by Lindsay Townsend. Brian, can you state your first and last name? Sorry.
Oh, Brian Idadis.
Thank you.
Getting pretty close. That was good. How you doing? Hello. Madam Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Like I said earlier, my name is Brian Idadis. I'm one of the area supervisors in the Maintenance and Operations Department. I've been there for about 17 years. I started working in M&O as an electrician. I have 26 years in the trade. I came to work for the district because I needed a job closer to my family. Even though I had several other offers of employment, I decided to come to work for Elk Grove Unified School District because the reputation of the school district was that it was a great place to work. I'm here today to talk about the struggle we're having hiring and retaining people in the trades like plumbers and electricians here at Elk Grove Unified School District. And as of now, we have no plumbers and only one electrician during the day. This particular electrician is retirement age and can leave at any time, and he plans to retire later this year. So I have questions. How is our department supposed to respond to emergency calls like backed up sinks and toilets and electrical emergencies at the school sites when we have no one qualified to respond to them? How are we supposed to respond to the multiple emergencies during the day without qualified staffing? Recently, we had a sewer backup at one of our school sites and had to close down the boys and girls restrooms and I had to call an outside company to respond to the emergency to clear the sewer line. Fortunately, they were able to respond within an hour, which we all know rarely happens, if ever. When I talk to people that are in the trades about applying for Elk Grove Unified School District, they tell me most commonly what I hear is, how do you expect to get qualified people to maintain the safety of the facilities for our staff and kids when your wages are so low? I have heard for years that the benefits are what attract people and keep people here at the school district. If that's the case, then why as of late are we not attracting anyone or keeping anyone here? And the fact is, outside companies and other school districts can beat what we're offering when it comes to benefits and salary, not by a little, but by a lot. And some of the research that I've done personally, it's more than $10 an hour in difference across the trades. I know when it comes to comparability study and salaries, we compare to other local school districts, but what percentile are we striving to be at when it comes to the comparability study? I'm hoping first, since we are the 5th largest school district in California, that we're at least close to the top. Over the last several years I've worked here, I've watched many people leave for better opportunities, and I would like to see that change. I'm here on behalf of the people that I work with every day, the same people I consider to be the backbone when it comes to the facilities here at Elk Grove Unified School District. I have the utmost respect for them because they are what I call the boots on the ground individuals that will come to work every day and figure out how to handle everyday work orders and emergencies despite the lack of personnel and lower compensation for doing the same jobs that other school districts are paying far more for. These professionals,
If you could kindly wrap up.
yes, ma'am. These professionals are tired of what's been going on, but still they put their differences aside and serve the district for the betterment of the staff and students here. And I hope, I'm here to plead with you guys so that we need some changes and we can't wait any longer. Thank you.
I have Lindsay followed by Lori Bocci.
Hello, board. Thank you for your time and listening to our concerns regarding classified staff. I'm here today not to represent myself, but also other classified staff that couldn't be here due to working situations or what have you. Out of the 8 years that I've been working for the district, this has been one of the toughest years. Stressful. At my site, there's been vacancies. There was a vacancy for 5 months that we could not fill because of a sub shortage. And other staff that was out due to medical reasons or stress related issues. Me, my registrar, and my controller had to share covering the vacancies due to the lack of subs available. I know there are similar situations out there at different sites that people had to cover for. And it's just getting more difficult without subs. I feel that there's a sub shortage due to the pay that they're getting. One of the wages for clerical and custodian, that some of them can make go to another higher paying job, even as a fast food, clerk. I've talked with one of our campus security that has been there for 23 years and one of our custodians that has been there for almost 20 years. And they're making less than $20 an hour. And yet in and out pays $19 an hour. I feel that they are not, their salaries are not justified for the hours and support that they give to the schools for all those years. In the past, classified has gotten the same raise amount as teachers, and I'm just begging that you listen to us speaking here tonight and fighting to open the eyes of that the raise for the teachers is not nowhere near what classified should be getting based on their incomes. I don't feel this is a fair trade-off, and I beg you to please look at what the hard-working classified members are doing in this district to help keep the sites running. Some of them being the first people that they see at the sites, and then just do the raises based on our salaries because it is far and few between the teachers. So thank you for your time.
Lori, followed by Lynn Owano.
So I'm talking about comparison with other districts. We are the biggest district in Sac County. We were asked to send in a group comparison by our union. Last July, our group sent theirs in. We did our homework. I don't know how many were sent in by each group, but we haven't heard anything. We compared ourselves to 8 other districts. EGUSD fell to number 8, and Sac City Unified was number 1. As Nicole mentioned last month, we were a competitive district, and everyone wanted to come and work here. We were thriving. We're not any longer. We are losing many. I've even have considered leaving among others. I have worked 22 years here at our district. Should I be getting paid more? Yes, we all should. I started in the kitchen, and believe me, that is hard work. And my journey begun after that. I left the kitchen and I went to counseling and ROP tech to a health tech. I started as a registrar in January of 2017. My hourly rate was $21.50 and has only increased by $1.73. This is sad in 6.5 years of being a registrar. Sac City Unified starting pay for a registrar is $23.36 and their high is $28.19. EGUSD starting pay for a registrar is $17.43 and the high is $23.64. What all our teachers receive by their percentage does not help the classified. We need our hourly wage adjusted on our step scale to make a difference. No one wants to work for a starting wage of $15.65, which our office assistants 1 and our campus supervisors start at. In-N-Out Burgers are starting their workers at $19 an hour. And you wonder why we can't find anyone to hire. What can we change to become the #1 school district like we were in the past? So we need to make change, not only for our classified workers, for our students, and what our kids learned in the last, my kids all graduated here. And I'm proud of what they came out of EG, but our district is changing and we need to make change. We need to start thinking of our students and our families and our district again. Come back and keep the politics out of it. Thank you.
Lynn, followed by Nicole Strange.
Good evening, board. My name is Lynn Awano, and I moved here about 8 months before the pandemic set in. I moved here from the Bay Area and
Sorry,
this-
I apologize for interrupting. I want to make sure everyone can hear you.
Oh, am I too
Can
soft?
you hit that black button and move the podium up? I think, there we
Very
go.
good.
Thank you.
Okay, so once again, I'm Lynn Awano, and I moved here about 8 months before the pandemic hit from the Bay Area. I moved here with my family, and we had an 8th grader and 11th grader at that time. And when we decided to move out of the Bay Area, we knew we could move anywhere we wanted to in California. And we ended up on Elk Grove because the top of my list was quality of the school district. And consequently, I am now working in the school district. I've been in the school district for about 1.5 years as a health tech. And I think the point that I would like to really make is that the skeletal staff that we have been dealing with is exhausting us. And the staff that is still here is highly motivated, very skilled, very appropriate, and is very proud to serve our community and our students. And of course, we love the kids too. So I just want to stress that people like that and myself and others will start to leave because the pay is not commensurate. However, we really need those people to come help us. We really want to stay and we want to make the best school district we can. Sort of like a beehive. You have the queen, you got the worker bees, you've got the whole thing going on. And that's how I sort of think of our school district. So you can't have one bee without all the other bees. So we need some more bees. Thank you.
Nicole, followed by Lisa Stanley.
I'm a little short, I'm sorry. Hi, guys. Thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Nicole Strange. I work at Pleasant Grove High School as a data processor. I want to thank all of my people that came tonight to share their story because it's not easy. Tonight, I came to talk about staff morale. We have been charging Like, who'd have thought? And I am trying to find it within the deepest of my soul to like walk into work every day with my purpose that I want to be here, because I want everybody to have such an amazing experience at Pleasant Grove High School. And as we've talked about for months now, we've been short-staffed and we cover wherever we need to be. On Friday, when we had that multicultural assembly, we had 3 people working in the front office. And we took those angry phone calls with the best of our ability, you know, charging with that positive energy. And we managed with 3 people. But my staff morale conversation comes from probably the only time that I sent an email to my fellow teammates telling people that I could not assist them in the item in which they were asking for me to do, because I had things to do in my queue that pertain to my job. And I got the finger shake. I got pulled into a meeting. And when I tell you that when I left on Thursday night, that I could have like taken a mental health day on Friday and said, I cannot believe that after all the charging that we have done and the rallying and the moral support that we've given each other, that the one time that I say, my plate's full for right now, I can't help you, I got pulled in. And then I come to work on Friday because there's only 3 people gonna be there. And I get pulled to do other people's jobs. So my conversation is staff morale, it's down. It's down because the people that are showing up aren't being appreciated for showing up and for doing the extra mile, time in and time out. And it doesn't feel like there is anything going to happen to change that in our future for a while, to the point where I've had conversations with my significant other about stepping down from my mental health. I get it. So thank you so much for hearing me tonight.
Lisa Stanley, followed by Lorraine Pryor.
My name is Lisa Stanley, an advocate with Black Youth Leadership Project. What we saw over the last few weeks was business as usual for EGUSD. I sat in a conference room where we witnessed a baby at Pleasant Grove expressing her pain and voicing she had no safe adults on campus. As she expressed this, she was repeatedly questioned on how many opportunities she indeed had to come to the staff member. The complete disgust. Not even a moment did this woman say, you know what, I was wrong. I'm wrong, how can I make this right? Lack of accountability. Instead, the administrator asked me what she should do. She went on to say she cannot take sides and she had to stay neutral. Neutral in situations of racism, that's not what we need right now. Absolutely insane. When I pointed out white admins take sides all the time, the cries in the room of, oh no, I don't take sides. Well, your discipline records tell a different story. Previous instances on this campus do as well. Additionally, with this same family, on another day, we were greeted with animosity from the IEP team, and a lack of responsibility was taken when the ball was dropped on providing the family with assessment results in a timely manner. Further, some of the teachers' expectations on this student's class assignments was confusing, to say the least. This school must do better on the competence of their staff and general concerns as it relates to Black students, and even more so with Black students with disabilities. We have yet another baby harmed and another family left frustrated and left to pick up the broken pieces at the hands of EGUSD staff. I'm glad you're at least listening here at these meetings because we are not going away until something is done. I think it's funny that you didn't believe my last public comment of our successful partnership with San Juan Unified School District. I hope all your questions were answered. Moving on, I want to once again thank the teachers and administrators who attend our Bassin Educators Support Network. There's some educators in here that I would like to invite you out tomorrow. Please RSVP at bylp.org. So that's our Allies to Abolitionist Support Network educators. So please come out. Let's support each other together. We've also launched a 12-week mindfulness-based substance abuse treatment program because we have so much to build up on our campuses. Our babies are facing microaggressions every day on top of economic insecurities, harassment, peer pressure. So we have committed to teach them self-awareness and a strong meditation practice so they know that you are the problem, not them. I want to close with this. The solution to racism is to expose it, to speak out against it, and on a daily basis, do something, anything against it.
Lorraine Pryor, followed by Moises Garcia.
I'm a little taller than Lisa. Well, good evening, Lorraine Pryor with Black Youth Leadership Project. I want to make this abundantly clear to anybody in the room who has never met me, but has decided to call around asking about me. My email is lpryor@bylp.org. You can reach me at 916-513-7959. I am accessible. I have opened my doors to everybody who has wanted to meet with me, even if they became disrespectful. There is no reason for any of your staff to call around asking about me when they can just ask me. I will gladly answer their questions. I got an email from the equity director in San Juan Unified saying that your equity director asked how he knew me and what I was doing there. Your equity director has never had a conversation with me. So I invite him to call the number I already gave at the top of my comments or to email me, and I'm happy to sit down with him. Additionally, after we left this meeting last time, 2 weeks ago, I want to tell you some of the things your staff did as well. There was another call placed to a school that invited me to come and talk to their young people. I did a fabulous conversation with them. I was talking about self-esteem and them associating certain words with themselves. One of your directors called asking about me. Again, call me. I'm accessible. I walked into a room. I don't even know. I was at Pleasant Grove 3 times last week. I don't remember what day it was. I walked in and your program specialist was absolutely rude and disrespectful to the family. I want that addressed. And if she can't comport herself to be a professional, you need to assign a new program specialist. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate them not sending over the reports so that we could review them with the family and figure out where the needs lie. And I did not appreciate the disrespectful tone in the email to which she got the authorization. And all I asked was to be added to correspondence. That's the least people can do, is keep me in the loop. Also, after the last board meeting, one of our students over at Valley High School who has autism, who doesn't understand a whole lot, they approached him after Exquisitive's comments last week and had him sign a document to do his IEP by himself. What type of game are y'all playing? I have not heard back from the principal over at Valley High School. Somebody tell her to call me or email me back. It's unacceptable. Get your staff.
Moises, followed by Alexander Garcia.
Good evening. It's first time speaking in front of you guys. My concern is regarding the books and obviously what happened in this high school last week. Yeah. The big picture is seeing how this is grooming the little kids. You're exposing them to this or allowing them to be exposed to this to where now they're going to be desensitized to allow adults to get close to them and abuse them, allowing them to think that an adult can do whatever they want because as adults, we're supposed to be protecting them, not exposing them to be abused and molested. I was molested myself, and thanks to counseling and the Lord himself helping me come through this. And because I wasn't protected by the ones that should have been protecting me. And seeing this and seeing the little kids, how now when you want to be a volunteer, you're passed through all these exams and all these vetting you, but we're still allowing them to filter themselves and obviously get so close to them mentally, physically, to be able to be exposed to this. As parents, we need to protect them. I protect my children. I didn't bring children to this world to be exposed to this. I brought them to be raised as children that were going to be an example to others and to be able to help others and to be somebody that can be looked up upon in society, to help society, not to destroying lives. You don't understand the physical, the mental, that the abuse that goes on when somebody is abused, because it's not that just that moment, it continues going for a lifetime. And that's why you see so much youth in drugs, and exposing them into this and showing them that it is okay to just expose your bodies and put yourself out there. How is that acceptable? Anybody that allows that to happen, it's somebody, to me, that it's also in their minds accepting the fact that it is okay. It isn't not okay to expose kids to this type of propaganda, this type of literature, this type of performances. What in the world are these people thinking? To me, they are the groomers. They are the ones that should be fired. Get rid of them, because if you don't do that, that means that you're going to be held accountable when you come with your creator, that you were part of this and destroying the children. You cannot say that you're going to have a greater society when you're destroying the children of tomorrow, when you're indoctrinating them with trash and you're indoctrinating them with so much trash in their mind that they're not going to be able to think for themselves. They're only going to act upon because now they're made to be like animals, like somebody said before. Can't happen.
Please wrap up.
Really think about what you're doing.
Alexander Garcia, followed by Mark Graham.
So today I will be talking about the drag school, the drag show going on in high school. Look, kids are there watching all of that, which is not good. They should be learning instead of doing all of this stuff that is not meant for them. In Genesis 1, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, it says that God made male and female in his image. We should obey what God says is. And we shouldn't do any of the stuff. All our kids are watching all this. I'm glad that I'm homeschooled and my friends are out there watching all that is not good for them. Parents should not be letting their kids watch all this. They should be with them safe instead of watching all whatever the gay stuff is. Thank you.
Mark Graham, followed by Patty Marty.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Hoffman and staff. My name is Mark Graham and I live in Elk Grove. The sound volume in this room is about 3 times as loud as it needs to be. I have sat back there, I have sensitive hearing, and I said, why does it sound like almost every speaker is shouting? No, none of the speakers are shouting, not even the children, but your PA system is too loud. You should please adjust it to a reasonable level so it doesn't sound like we're being shouted at. I was in this meeting by your website on the Zoom meeting link as of about 6:43, and I had signed up to make a public comment, and you didn't allow me to make my public comment. So I got in the car and came down here. What? Yes, thank you. What I want to talk to you about is every day this school district is exposing all 60,000 plus students and 3,000 plus teachers to a known pollutant and a hazardous health situation in the classroom. I've written to you about this on November 14th and December 7th of last year. I got no response from any school board member. I got a couple of responses from Superintendent Hoffman, and I will get around to it. Every classroom has in the ceiling a wireless Wi-Fi router, and this transmits non-ionizing microwave radiation throughout the classroom at either 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz, which is 2.4 billion cycles per second or 5 billion cycles per second. This is how your students at times, not all the time, get onto the internet, for their online instruction. There's another way for your students to get on the internet, and that is with a hardwired internet connection. You have hardwired internet connections, some, but I don't know what percentage. This is one question I asked Superintendent Hoffman, and I never got a response. It is a known hazard. There's a statement in 2015 called the International EMF Scientist Appeal. I've shared it with you. I'll share it with you again. It was signed by something like 250 scientists from around the world that have studied the effects of non-ionizing radiation on living systems. And they concluded that the current regulations in place are way too high. They're not sufficient to protect the students, and they should be lowered. What are some of the effects? They affect the central nervous system, the endocrine system, the respiratory system. It causes learning and memory deficits. It causes structural and functional changes of the reproductive system. If you want to know why there are behavior problems in the classroom, it's because this wireless radiation is stressing your children and your teachers all day, every day. Now, Superintendent Hoffman wrote back to me twice with basically passing the buck, a false statement. He says the regulatory issues covered in your email are within the jurisdiction of the courts and or other governmental agencies. Not true. And I asked him by follow-up email, tell me what court has the responsibility for protecting the health and safety of students in this district. You didn't answer. Please give me an answer. Tell me what government agency has other than this district, has the responsibility to protect the health and safety of students in this district. He didn't answer. I'm asking for a response. It is your responsibility. And furthermore, I sent you a letter signed by 7 attorneys that describes in detail your liability for failing to learn the issue and warn the parents.
Please wrap up.
But not warn the parents of the dangers of wireless radiation in the classroom, and you have an obligation and a liability. Please do it.
Patty Marty. You can bend that microphone too.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Patty Marty. I work with Turning Point USA's high school department out here in Northern California. So when I found out about your little incident that happened Friday afternoon at 3:30 this afternoon, I was appalled. I want to ask you guys what your responsibility is. Your responsibility is not to parent the students. The students' parents should have a say and know exactly what is going on in the classroom and inside their children's school. They send their children to school expecting them to be protected, not to be indoctrinated and not to be pushed with propaganda. Back in the good old days, if I am correct, if you would go into a store with explicit pornographic material, it would be behind a curtain, and somebody would be sitting in front of that curtain, making sure no minors, Nobody under 17, not 16-year-olds, not 15-year-olds, were seeing this naked, explicit material. So why on earth are you guys handing it to these students on a silver platter? Why is this being allowed in a school? Let alone, have you guys seen the video? Because I watched that video multiple times and there were school administrators barricading the doors. Students were getting out, trying to get out, and the administrators just, why? Why do you need to leave? So why? If you watch the video, you see those boys singing and taking off their clothes to Lady Gaga's Bad Romance. I want you so bad, your bad romance. Why is this appropriate? In what way, shape, or form should this be allowed in your school district? If you pride yourself on being the 5th largest school district, I expect it to be one that does not root itself in such propaganda and such trashy vulgar. Thank you.
Madam President, that is all of the blue comments.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson.
Point of information,
Yes, sir.
has there been an INSA report on this issue? And how soon were you going to reply to this?
Sir, we have received emails. Please check your email.
Okay, well, the last comment,
No, no,
I'm
no.
very
We're not-
concerned
we're not
about the
discussing-
health and safety.
Mr. Bettis, it's
And
Brown
we're
Act
not
to discuss
lock the
this.
doors from
Mr.
keeping our
Bettis,
children.
you are violating the
from-
Brown Act. Please stop.
That is the health and safety. Fire marshal
I'm
should
calling
notify
Ted Recess.
that.
Thank you.
Is that.
Could have folks, yes, I actually went over, my apologies. We're going to reconvene. And the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. I'm going to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, we have one comment via Zoom. And it is Salam Berhi.
If you could unmute yourself, speaker, we're ready for you. Salam, we're ready for you. Can you take yourself off mute? Okay, let's move on to blue cards and we'll try to come back to the speaker.
We have Heidi Moore for consent agenda item number 19.
So the point of my comment right now is that there was an email sent that there were 3 community preview nights for the sex ed, one of which is tomorrow, and that's the one I have on my calendar, but it's being approved tonight. And according to Ms. Chairs Espinoza, that is legal, which, I mean, I'm glad you're doing things that are legal, but I don't really think that makes it right or honest, because I thought I had longer to view it before it was put on the agenda. So I would appreciate that you consider putting it on the next meeting, because I don't feel like it goes back to you not being transparent and honest. If you say you have 3 meetings and I put the 3rd one on my calendar, but then you approve it before that meeting, that doesn't seem honest. So I'm requesting that you consider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Lavasser, can we try one more time with that person via Zoom?
Salam Berhi.
Speaker, can you hear us? Can you unmute yourself? Okay, it does not look like that's going to work. Okay. So I'm going to close public comment and let's see. I see your hand, Mr. Bettis. Hold one second. Before I call for a motion to approve items 1 through 19, I know Mr. Forcina gave me a heads up that he is going to pull one item. Do you want to let us know what that is, Mr. Forcina?
Yes, I'm pulling item 19.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Bettis. Yes, sir. Okay, let's see. Can I have a motion to approve items 3 through 9, 11, and 13 through 17 on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Bettis, can you please speak to item 1?
There's an item number 1, the basic legal moral responsibility of, I would like to say, instead of say parent, guardians, say parents, plural, and then grandparents and family members to see that their children attend school. Because nowadays, the other family members are raising their kids. And so I want to recognize that as an issue. Number 3, the types of roadways and walkways. I had this issue with my children many moons ago. And one of the issues that has not been addressed in this policy is when a student, like for instance, goes from Hemingway and Power Inn, and they go to Anna Kirchgater Elementary, they have to walk within a ditch, a drainage water ditch, a runoff through barbed wire going to Anna Kirchgater. So if there's no, okay, and there was language prior to this that if there was no sidewalk or safety to and from school, that there shall be a bus picking up these students. That's what it was back 30 years ago. And according to this, there hasn't been any changes or amendments, but until this particular issue. Okay, so no, yeah, et cetera. 4, the amount of traffic on a roadway used by the student. Now, number 4. No, I have the.
Not interrupting you. I'm
Yes.
trying to follow you.
Okay.
Thank you. If you take a second, I just want to get some information.
Okay,
It's on page 1 of policy 3562.
page 1, number 4. I just finished number 3. There should be some language on sidewalks. You know, to and from school, students should walk on sidewalks. That's what it had in the past. The amount of traffic on roadways used by the students. Also, during that time when my students were going to Rudder Middle School, there was a fatality of a student was crossing Power and Gerber. She was killed, run over on that corner. So does that apply to the situation in this, the amount of traffic on the roadway? That's the question I have.
Mr. Bettis, can you
Okay.
summarize your concern with this board policy? Because the time to line item edit is.
Number 6, any unusual conditions which may
Mr.
involve hazards,
Mr.
weather.
Bettis, I need you to summarize what your concern is with this.
I'm finished. I'm going through this whole document,
No,
giving
no.
feedback.
That's not appropriate. That's not happening at this time. We do not edit an entire document line item during a meeting. That's part of your preparation work.
You know, you're trying to silence me.
No.
And what you're doing, you want the status quo. You don't care about the health and safety of our
Mr.
students.
Bettis,
And
you're
I want to
welcome
bring
to
this
That's
back
out of line.
to the public.
Mr. Bettis, you're.
So
welcome
number
to-
7, I'm talking about what?
Mr. Perez, can I try one thing real quick? So, Mr. Perez, just want to make sure we're clear about the process we use for board policies. So this information has gone through edits, it's gone through legal, it's gone through department. We provided this information to the board.
Okay, let me.
Hold on, let me go through the process. Everyone understand. And the whole concept of that is if board members have questions about it, to let us know what those are. We'll go back and research those, make adjustments if they, and then we bring them to the board. But if we don't get comments from the board, the assumption is they've been read, the board understands them, and then we bring them forward on the consent agenda. That's the process that this board has agreed to with regards to board policy. So if we're doing this in this process, it's going to make doing board policies very, very challenging.
Right, I understand exactly. And I told you exactly this. I want to read everything that I consider which is a healthy and safety issue of our students. I want to be recorded on this video and let our general audience and parents know that I've had addressed this issue and my fellow board member chair doesn't want me to address these issues.
Mr.
The only thing I like to say, it says policy reference disclaimer. If you read that, these references are not intended to be part of the policy itself, nor do they indicate the basis of authority for the board to enact this policy. Instead, they are provided as an additional resource for those interested in the subject matter of the policy. Then you go on, the last thing, notice references, unique policy. I never have seen this one.
Okay.
Unique policy.
Mr. Bettis,
The policy is unique to the district,
Bettis, we
COE,
can read it.
and is not connected to existing CSBA sample policy or included in regular quarterly updates.
okay, Mr.
So, you know,
Bettis. Nope, Mr. Bettis, you're done. You said that was the last thing on this item. So you've just confirmed for us that you did not avail yourself of the opportunities to read and respond to this and provide feedback in a timely manner. And you're
That's
just
not the issue.
confirming for me that you just read what is boilerplate for every single board policy that comes before us. So it's come before you many, many times in the decade that you've been on this board. So if you're telling me that's the first time you've seen it, that's concerning.
okay.
So that's item number one. Can you speak to item number two, please? In a succinct manner. We are not going line item by line item
Why not?
for the reasons I
I
have
had other-
stated.
Okay, that's an issue that I do not like, and I protest that some members of the boards have a certain color of privilege. And, you know, they could talk anytime, but when I talk as a Mexican American Hispanic, I get cut off. There's racism and selective
Okay, Mr. Pettis.
privilege that some individuals get around here, and I can't
Mr.
get that.
Pettis, this Mexican-American chair
Okay.
promises that if you catch me letting anyone else
Okay.
read a document line
Well-
by line, you can call me on it. Okay?
Well-
So what are your concerns with item number two, Mr. Pettis?
Certificate and high school equivalency.
Number two is personnel actions.
Oh, that's what, hold on here. That's number, what I pull? Oh, 10.
One and two.
That was okay. I was gonna talk about
That
that.
was number 10, I believe.
Yeah, that's number 2, yeah.
Oh, did I
That was number
mishear?
2 I was just speaking
I
to.
have 1,
Number 10.
12, 18, 19.
Okay,
Charter School, Montessori Annual Facility Agreement. Thank you for putting October 1st, 2002 history of Montessori. I think that was very good of the staff for giving input to our new members, because that's very important. But what I would like to find out, and my fellow board members should know, what is the process? You talked about everything about the history. So if somebody, okay, it says petitions or agreements to assume prorate, okay, I'll forget that one. Anyway, I think that we need to do the list of the process and how new individual charter schools or groups want to establish a charter school within the district. That's what I want to say on that one.
okay, Mr. Pettis.
Bottom line,
That is not specific to this contract.
anyway,
General knowledge needs to happen prior to meetings or somehow outside of meeting time. Is that all you have on this item?
well, I would like to see, like I said, I like to see the process written down and how, in which individuals can apply for this.
That sounds like a great thing for you to ask
Okay.
Mr.
That's
Superintendent
what
about.
my suggestion.
Okay, number 12, sir.
12. Me what? Now, this was this is a question. We are encumbering money back to the district. But I was wondering, when we approved the completed project like Miwok Elementary School, it stated that we had approximately $1,354,028, in which the contract was given back to us, that money was. That's 143 days that we lost in interest. Is that good business practice for the district to do that? That's a question. 14, adult education. Oh, okay, I forget that one.
You didn't pull number 14. Your
Yeah, I
next
did
one is
pull that
number
one this time,
18.
Okay. Number 18. The contract on this individual contractor. It says a 3-year contract, and on page, it says contract for professional service. The first thing I noticed, you have it March 9, 2023, $130,000 to August 1st, 2025. If you look at the fiscal years, that's from March 8th to June 30th, which is 1 year, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 24, that's 2 years. And July 1st to June 30th, that's 3 years. But the last one, August 1st, 2025, that's 4 years. 4 years. So anyway, I just want to bring that to your attention that it's not a 3-year, it's an actual 4-year contract. And I'm wondering, this is a new contractor, right? And contract for professional services. And the way it's written, March 9th, this individual contractor can bill us for $130,000. Boom. And maybe walk away the 10th with no work and nothing. So anyway, the contract language is weak again. I've always said that the way we write contracts for our partners in the community is weak and needs to be strengthened. There's other issues here in this contract. I want to bring it to your attention.
Mr. Bettis, if you had concerns about this contract, why didn't you raise them after you got the agenda? Why didn't you share that with staff so that they could do a better job as opposed to now when they don't have time to adequately respond?
Now, there's no 17.
What are you talking
Right
about,
to
sir?
withhold payment.
The clause number
But
17?
there's no explanation of how or what's the circumstances. How can you hold a payment? Failed to perform, provided support documentation. They didn't. That doesn't state what documentation they need to give to us. There's no evaluation and time frame for evaluations reports throughout this contract. Again, weak. I could go on and on. You know, I get leery. I'm very leery about the description, consultation, technical assistance, and consultation. That's all there is. Nothing. There's no heart to that. There's no explanation, no meat to it. So anyway, that's number 18. 19. Again, approval of the 5th and 7th grade sexual health curriculum adoption. Number one thing, we had a person from the audience. Tomorrow there's a workshop. You're going to disenfranchise and not hear any comments from these individuals, and you want to approve this tonight? I don't think that's particular good district policy to do that. I was planning to be here tomorrow. And you want me to approve this today? Again, I don't think there's an issue on stakeholders' involvement in this whole process. What you say, no. Wednesday, March 8th, 6 to 7:30, Jackman Middle School, multi-purpose room.
Mr. Bettis, just state your concern.
Are we still going to have that?
Don't read documents.
Are we still going to have that tomorrow?
It is still taking place, sir. The one legally mandated workshop took place, as did a second one that is at the district's discretion, and there's a third one that is scheduled for tomorrow, as you stated. Is that the conclusion of your comments, Mr. Bettis? Because someone else wants to speak to this item. You too. Okay.
The other issue is, 5th and 7th graders. I personally think that we ought to add high school students to this curriculum of studies.
Separate curriculum for the high school.
Okay.
Which we
good.
already approved. You were here.
So we should say that within this history and state that this is part of the whole picture, whole umbrella of sexual education. We should state this in here, but it doesn't state that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Fortuna and then Mr. Track.
Thank you. I posed a number of questions with respect to this agenda item and have received responses. And I need to make a couple of comments, and I believe it's important for district responses to be part of the record. the first one I said is, why is the item on the agenda when there's another parent meeting? Now, what has been explained is that we're only legally obligated to have one. We had two, and we're gonna do a third. But I think the point that was made is that of the possibility that the fact that there were 3 meetings scheduled is misleading to the people who are looking at those dates and scheduling their time based on their other obligations. And we had one parent here tonight spoke that she had calendared the third one. It was her belief she was going to have an opportunity to discuss. And now we're being told that that we're just giving this opportunity, kind of like, you know, look at us, aren't we nice guys? We're gonna have a third meeting, but oh, by the way, nothing you say makes any difference because the board already made a decision. I have a problem with that. Also, with respect to the agenda item and the board communication, what we did not learn is how many people had attended the meetings and what did they say? And what did we do with the information?
It's in the-
The this item goes to the larger item that we've talked about and continues to be one that troubles me so much. And it's one of communication. The what we say, how we say it, when we say it, who we say it to, who has responsibility. It just goes on and on and on. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on this item.
Okay, thank you, sir. I apparently erred. I thought that Mr. Bettis was asking to pull item 2, and I misheard that. So when I asked for a motion earlier, we did not vote on number 2. So I'm going to add that now. Let me do a voice vote for all of the remaining items except number 19. I'll do a roll call vote for number 19. Sorry, 1 second. We need to go to Mr. Track, and then I'm going to go to Ms. Albiani.
After the votes.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Track.
Actually, I agree with the one of the speakers who said earlier we should push number 19 back to another meeting. The reason I think this is, with many of the parents who talked about their concerns earlier, I feel like we don't have enough adequate feedback from all the parents and the students on the new curriculum. So I think it'd be good if we'd be able to send out surveys asking people on their opinions on the curriculum, because once the curriculum gets implemented, it'll be implemented for like the next few years or so, and it'll have like a big impact on, I guess, the mentality a lot of kids have. So I think we should be really careful when we change the curriculum that the students go through for like basically the first quarter of their life. So I think we should have more data on this before we approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Track. Ms. Albiani.
I would like to move. May I make a motion at this point? Is that appropriate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to move the item number 19 to next meeting's consent agenda, please.
Okay. I'm gonna, I just want to do this kind of in numerical order. Okay, let me come back to number
100%.
19.
That's why I asked if I should do it.
Yes, ma'am, I heard you all. So may I have a motion on items 1, 2, 10, 12, and 18?
So moved.
Move, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Not, we're not doing that. No, sir.
This is not free.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, those items pass unanimously. We don't have that option. Number 19, we're gonna do, I heard a roll call. Okay. Number 19, we have a motion to move this to the next agenda. I'm just going to go to Mr. Hoffman really quickly. We're not running up on any state deadlines for approval of this curriculum. It can wait until the next agenda, correct?
I don't know that.
We don't know that.
the new year. And it's having it published because it was produced in the district by teachers and staff who did a thorough review of a variety of curriculums and didn't find anything that met the state standards in the framework. So it's a matter of us having it published. So, you know, we have our internal deadlines that we'd like to meet to be able
Okay.
to send them out.
So do we have,
First be okay?
If I think we'll make that work, if that's what we're going to do.
okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion and I'm looking for a second to move item 19 on consent.
Can I get a point of clarification?
Okay, well, hold on.
Okay.
Well, I'm still looking for a second and then I'll come back to you. Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Yang? So I'm looking for a second to move
Second.
item 19, thank you, to the March 21st meeting. I heard that first and second, and go ahead, Mr. Yang.
I'm just trying to get to a point of clarification on item 19. So from here to then, are we gonna do some sort of deep diving so that because you know, we upholding for approval, right? So what are we gonna do about it in terms of, so what is that process? I wanna just get a point of clarification.
I can speak to it. Go ahead, Ms. Albiani.
I feel it was a very justifiable request to have all three meetings that were posted due to people being busy and choosing a date that works for them. I can see how this was misconstrued. I don't think there's any ill intent. But I think it gives parents an option to see the publications and write to their board members if they would like to, or learn more about it, which is really an important part of those nights. Learning what is required by the state and what we have done in those departments, and also that they have, their children have options to opt out of these things as well. So that's my basis on making that motion.
And I appreciate that motion and I'm for it. I just want to make sure that we are clarifying or what our intent is. I think that's important for the public to know and for us to know as a board.
Okay. I see two more hands so far, just reminding folks not to get into discussion. Clarification is okay. Go ahead, Mr. Benjes.
Oh, I'd like to make an amendment to that we get feedback from the first, second, and third meeting and tomorrow's meeting.
That's also in your email inbox, sir.
What, tomorrow's meeting?
No, we've already received
No,
feedback.
input. Whatever the public.
Speak to your mic, sir.
Yeah.
Speak to your mic.
We
Yeah.
provided information related to the other meetings. We'll also do information related to the meeting tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah, if you look at those emails and the feedback that's been provided, hold on, I'm speaking. And there's something that's not there that you would like to see, please let me and the superintendent know and we'll try to get that for you. Okay. Mr. Fortuna, go ahead.
One of the things that I said in defense of pulling the item was the issue of communication. There's a parallel issue with communication, and it's the process by which people are, you can use whatever word maybe is softer, selected versus chosen to be on the committee. Yes, there was a committee. I am not making any disparaging comments towards the staff and others who sat on the committee, but this concern that I have is a broad-based concern that goes across the district in many, many issues, and it's the process of selection. You can get outcomes based on who you put on your committee. And when it comes to the board, then the board is, one of their responsibilities certainly is to look at what the report says, what the curriculum is, so on and so forth. But what we don't get a say in is that selection process and who the people are. Is it a broad-based group of people, or is it like thinking people? That's a really critical issue for everything we do. but it is a big part of why I pulled the item.
Okay, well, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, but I hope we're not calling any of the people who participated not thinking people. Hold on, sir, I'm speaking. I'm always interested in improving process. I think the purpose of doing these 3 so far, completely public advertised sessions, is to get around exactly what you're talking about, that there's any notion that we're kind of self-selecting the advice that we want to receive. So I'm perfectly satisfied with putting this over and ensuring that we get the input from all 3 of those sessions. Anything else on this, or can we move on?
What I meant with was that if one of the groups that you're going to identify as a group to give input is quote students, and then your input comes from students in the equity union, the student equity union, is that broad-based student input? I would say no. I would say it's a very narrow
Okay,
view of things. And if that's the only group you choose, then it begs the question, why did you choose them? Why wasn't it opened up to all the schools to submit names of students who may have been interested? And I can go that way for a lot of things, and I can make very specific examples. So that's what I'm talking about, Tony. Is a selection process. How is it set up? What are your objectives? And I'm not saying they're negative. I'm just saying, what are your objectives by virtue of who you are selecting to be placed on your various committees?
okay.
This is a
Thank
piece
you.
that we've had conversation.
I
What
know
this
we
is-
have.
This is about in general overall work, right? Just
Right, but it
understood.
certainly pertains to this item in terms of who was on the committee that selected the curriculum and how did they specifically get there?
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back to this item.
Yeah.
We have a first and a second, and I believe there was a request for a roll call vote. So the motion again on the table is to move this item to March 21st. So Mr. Fortuna, yes, sorry, I forgot how to do roll call votes again. Go ahead, Mr. Fortuna.
Hi.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Albiani.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Oliver.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas.
Aye.
Mr. Bettis.
Yes.
Thank you. I am also an aye. Motion is unanimous. Thanks, folks. We have concluded with the consent calendar. Next item is the budget update, approval of the 2022-23 second interim financial report. Before Ms. Hayes begins her presentation, I'm going to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Ms. Hayes, we are ready for you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I bring you the 22-23 second interim report. This is our financial status as of January 31st. Tonight, we're going to go over briefly the Proposition 98 and the governor's proposal that he released in January. We're going to take a quick peek at enrollment in ADA, the changes we've made from first interim to second interim, the unrestricted general fund multi-year projections and the components of those projections, and next. So looking at the January budget proposal from the governor, the budget itself was very simplistic, which was nice for a change. He is trying to ensure that we can keep up with inflation by ensuring that the LCFF is still intact. We see this time going through, and I joked with our finance committee. I don't know if they found it funny because, you know, it's finance, but I always say we don't see COLAs over 2%. And I'm now, that's been a mistake now for 4 years. So we've seen another large cost of living adjustment or COLA of 8.13%. That's up from 5 and some change that we had estimated back at adoption. We see an expansion with universal transitional kindergarten. And then there is one little minor concern, if you want to consider it minor, is the governor has proposed to do a mid-year cut on our arts and music instruction block grant to fund a portion of that 8.13% COLA. Again, it's just a proposal. As we move forward, we're very anxious and looking forward to seeing what the May revision brings.
Ms. Hayes, just real quick, just that to highlight what you just said, the concept that the governor is taking one-time funding that he's already said was going to schools, cutting that one-time funding and using that to plug a hole in the COLA because he doesn't have the money in the budget to fully fund the COLA. You just want to make sure that we're really clear about what that proposal means. That's a very odd tactic to use. It would be, and he's getting a lot of pushback. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in May and June in the final, but that's a very odd way of going about doing accounting.
And this is why you will never hear administration recommend that we spend those funds until the state approves their budget. That we would not recommend that we spend those dollars until the state adopts their budget. No. So the art and music instructional materials block grant has a whole process by which we have to go through and develop a plan. So we can't spend that until that happens anyway. So that's part of our planning going forward. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure who's proposing it. It's just very odd. It would be very tricky, I think, as us as a district, if we were to receive money in that manner of how we would go about using it. Looking at our enrollment trends, I think I've been up here several times. We were really keeping our fingers crossed and hoping our enrollment was going to bounce back after COVID. It's not appearing to do that. So this particular chart shows you the enrollment versus ADA. So now that we're in the LCFF calculations, there's two different triggers. Your enrollment can trigger supplemental and concentration funding, and your ADA can trigger funding.
Ms. Hayes, just, I want to make sure everyone's on the same
Sure.
page. Can you explain the difference between enrollment and ADA again?
Of course. So enrollment is those students that have been enrolled in a school by census day, which is CBEDS, which is the first Wednesday in October. So as kids are enrolled, that is a snapshot at a point in time of how many kids we expect to come to school. The actual daily attendance is how we are paid for those students to attend school. So they have to attend in the classroom, showing up, being present every day in order for the district to claim that child's time and then us get reimbursed for that time. So with the local control funding formula, with the supplemental concentration, the amount of enrollment compared to our unduplicated percentage students, which we'll go over shortly here, determines if we get supplemental concentration. The ADA side has rates, and I don't know if I have that in here or not, but we have, EdCode has rates per ADA. And then based on that ADA, and it's a snapshot as of April 15th of how many kids came to school every day, then that's how the district is paid. So looking at this chart, the reason it's interesting is because our ADA has a different value and a different change over year than our enrollment. So you could have a high enrollment and a very low attendance rate, and that's a problem because your enrollment's high, but your kids aren't coming to school every day, and so you're not getting paid. So when we went into COVID, the first 2 years there, you see 1920. That was the year we closed school in February. That was a snapshot at a point in time on both of our enrollment and our ADA. As we roll forward through 2021, you can see our enrollment drops compared to the prior year, but our ADA didn't grow. So we were held harmless. That was something that the state gifted to all school districts in the state. We come forward into 21-22. We are paid based on our enrollment for supplemental concentration, but we are held harmless again one more year on our ADA. And the state allowed school districts to do a 3-year rolling average and to use our attendance factor from the prior year, which means we got to claim additional ADA that we would not have been able to claim had we just used our current year attendance factor. Why that's important is our district normally has about 97% of the time students attending school versus where we are today, which is roughly 91%. So pretty different from what we're used to. And it is having an impact on our ADA. Why this is important, and I wanted to speak to this, is we had some projections in our multi-year in hoping that our student population would come back. With universal TK, that was another area. If we saw some growth, that would be huge because as you have growth in your primary, they typically tend to stay. So with that now known that this isn't happening as quickly as we would like, and the landscape does still continue to change, what you're going to see tonight for the multi-year projection and for second interim is all of those assumptions have been removed. And we are budgeting now for flat enrollment, not declining. And we are factoring the 3-year rolling average of ADA. So still a disconnect between our ADA and enrollment. So it'll be interesting going forward. But right now, our revenue projections are more on the conservative side, and our expenditure projections are geared towards the enrollment. So a little bit different. We do continue to analyze the budget as we go through. We'll do one more snapshot in April, and we'll estimate our actuals for adoption, and then we'll go through that process again. So looking at our unduplicated counts, again, those are students that are free and reduced lunch count students, foster youth, and EL. Those students, that group of students, they're all counted once. So you could have a child that's in all 3 groups, but we count them one time. That enrollment level compared to our district-wide enrollment is how that percentage is determined. We have a standalone year-to-year average, which is what's on this chart here, and we have the 3-year rolling average. The 3-year rolling average allowed districts to slowly dive in if they were to go down in enrollment. And that's what's been happening here. So a couple of things happened during COVID. We went to universal meals. That did change how food nutrition receives their federal forms for parents to take advantage of free and reduced meals. Now any student that wants it can eat for free. So that's changed that landscape a little bit. With the local control funding formula, we also had the ability to acknowledge those parents that qualified for free and reduced lunches, but we could not count them using the federal forms. So we have our own survey by which we send to all of our parents, because even if they think they may not qualify, they could. And if they do, then that changes what this percentage looks like. Because we're below the 55%, we are no longer receiving the concentration portion of the supplemental concentration grant. And that was a loss of over time. So it didn't happen in 1 year. It happened over about, I think, a 4-year period. But that was a $8 million hit to our budget because of that percentage drop. As we continue to go and look at our enrollment information, this is the group of students that make up the unduplicated counts. The bar at the top, or the line at the top, that is our free and reduced lunch count information. You can see it's been declining the last 3 years. Part of that is COVID, and I think part of that is the universal meals. That's my assumption. Michelle Drake would have a better handle on that information. The bar in the middle is the tricky one. So that is our EL population. Our EL population and being redesignated is a good thing. Yet that amount is on the natural supposed to go down. It's been relatively flat, which is a good thing, I guess, from a funding perspective. Not sure about the student level, but from a funding perspective, with it being flat like that, that's a good thing. The bar at the line at the bottom, that's our foster youth population. And it's been declining as well, which is unusual for us because we're normally one of the districts that has a larger population of foster youth. So those 3 lines there is what's driving that percentage. And as we have more students coming into the district that don't qualify into one of those three, our percentage continues to decline. So looking at the changes in our budget from first interim to second interim, we did make adjustments that I just talked about for the unduplicated count. So now we're using a flat amount. We're not having a projection of increased enrollment, and we're not having a projection of increased free and reduced lunch count students. We did a recalculation of salaries and benefits from adoption. How we adopt our budget is we take a snapshot from the prior year in April on actual staff costs and we roll them forward. In December, we take another snapshot and look at all of our salaries and benefits, and we shore up anything that needs to be addressed. This year has been particularly tricky with the bargaining, and thank you very much, board, for allowing us to set aside $72 million to bargain with our different employee groups. That was put into the budget at first interim, and as the units have signed and their tentative agreements have been approved, we've been implementing them. So implementation of EGEA's tentative agreement that was approved in January it presented another challenge in how we adjusted our budget. So there are a lot of moving parts this year. And then we had a little bit of additional indirect costs and some other adjustments that we made that were on the minor side. So those changes I just talked about are here in numeric form. So the revenue change for the LCFF based on our P1 ADA. So P1 is as a snapshot of attendance in December. That tends to be a little bit higher than in April, but we went ahead and used that just so that we could start on a more solid surface. And so right now for the current year operating budget, there was a decrease of $500,000 to reflect actual ADA at P1. Expenditure changes from first interim to second interim, we did adjust salaries and benefits, and we did implement EGEA's TA. That amount there you can see is 34 million is an increase in certificated salaries. And then we had set aside $40 million to fund their change. We have excess health benefits that are in the budget that have been since removed. And then we have a small adjustment of a negative, it's actually money coming back of 0.67% or $600,000. So the total change is an increase to our fund balance. And so if for the 22-23 school year, we have less deficit spending than we did at first interim. And that is to the tune of $17.08 million. So looking at the components of our multi-year projections for 23-24 and 24-25 school year, we have additional funding based on the 8% cost of living adjustment. That amount is $38 million in the first year of 23-24. And then there's another 4.02% cost of living projection, and that results in $11.9 million. We did adjust the LCFF for the 3-year rolling average for the new unduplicated pupil percentage rates. And the governor, we are using the governor's 3-year rolling average for the ADA side. And then our revised ADA has us as flat. So our enrollment, our ADA calculation, because it's a 3-year rolling average, we're flattening out rather than just falling off the cliff, which they talk about the ADA cliff. So we're kind of smoothing in there a little bit. The expenditures, we are still using 21-22 staffing levels. The reason for that is we had a huge influx with our independent study program, both on the elementary side and the secondary side. We are adjusting, and we meet for every Friday on staffing allocations as far as teacher staffing is concerned. And so we're watching that really closely, especially with the universal TK. We want to make sure that we don't have our ratios out of whack. If that happens, the penalties for the district are very, very large. We have additional growth staffing built in the MYP for special education. We do have an adjustment of 5% in 23-24 and 8% in 24-25 for the district's portion of the healthcare increases. We have adjustments for both CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contributions. We did add into the multi-year projection the one-time 2% compensation, and then we have an ongoing adjustment to the site supplies to try to tackle the amount of inflation that's currently happening. So looking at the MYP at first interim, this is a snapshot of what we brought to you as far as our financial status at that point. In the 22-23 budget year, you can see we were deficit spending $34 million. That was after we had put into place the tentative agreements for all 6 of our bargaining groups. And then for 23-24, we had a little bit of deficit spending. Again, we had 5.38% as a COLA increase instead of the 8%. And so you can see we were ending the 3rd year in a surplus, and we were within our 10% cap on reserves. So we didn't have to do any creative financing for that. Looking at second interim, this is the state reports that you guys have tonight to take to approve. We have included the 8.13% cost of living adjustment of $38 million in year 2. Again, the caveat is the governor has proposed to fund a portion of that COLA with one-time funds. So we're watching that. The salaries and benefits have been projected. Salaries and benefits in the 2nd year do include the one-time off schedule 2% proposed salary compensation. We have our mandated 2% reserve. Again, based on a district our size, we are mandated to reserve 2%. And then over time, our district, I'm very proud of our district. Our district, through the LCFF, to be true to LCAP, we have always carried over those initiatives that started in the prior year that may or may not have finished. And so what you see there, that mitigation of UPP loss, because our UPP had been dropping, and we did not recommend necessarily to completely put back all of those LCAP priorities. We did have a portion that didn't make sense to give it to a program twice. They get it every year. So this amount is a reserve so that we don't have to make cuts to schools going forward. Another option for the board would also be to do some one-time projects with it that would enhance school sites specific to those groups of students. And then the professional development line, that is a component of 2 initiatives, one being Arbinger work, the second one being the 28 hours of professional development for all employees across the district. And then the next time I will be back would be for the governor's May revise in May, and then the district adopts their budget in June, prior to the state adopting their budget. So that's always kind of tricky. We have had on-time budgets from the state, so we're very happy about that. And so we are hopeful and excited about the year to come. And with that, I'll take any questions and ask for approval of our state financial reports.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Members, do we have any questions on this report before I call for a vote? Thank you. Mr. Fortuna, go ahead.
Thank you. 1 second, please, Shannon. Three questions, quickly. The information presented here on the budget, is it does this represent all of the budgets or just Fund 12?
No, Mr. Fortuna, this is a snapshot of a very small portion of our $1 billion budget.
Number 2 question. When budget managers are given instructions for the development of the succeeding year's budget, what are they told?
They are told that we roll the budget from one year to the next, and they are asked to give input and feedback based on their starting budget if it needs to be adjusted based on their current initiatives.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you getting ready? And why do we keep rolling the 6 million on professional development that is deducted from our total reserve?
So the reason it shows up in all 3 columns is because it is a reserve and it's not above the line being the surplus deficit line. So if we don't have it above that line to be used, then it gets spent more than once down below. So this accounts for it. So when we look at the undesignated, then we know that that's truly available as undesignated to do something with. If I took it out of the other two columns, it would continue to overstate the second and third year.
Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Is that it, Mr. Fortuna?
Oh, for this part, yes.
Okay. Mr. Pettis?
Okay. So if we approve, say yes, then we would approve $6 million for professional development for fiscal year 22-23. The interim, 23-24, 24-25. Is that correct?
If you approve the budget as stated here on the slide that we're looking at, you have an opportunity to spend 6 million in year 1, or 6 million in year 2, or 6 million in year 3, but it's not 18 million, it's 6 million one time, depending on what year you pick.
Oh, there you go. That clarifies that. Because I was wondering, that's 18, you know?
It's
Ooh.
just 6.
And this is also based on previous board direction and decisions.
That is correct.
So this would roll over. And what was proposed total amount for this training, arbiters training?
So the Arbinger training, I believe we have $1.9 million left of the original amount, excuse me, $1.6 million left of the original 2 million that was set aside.
And that's part of this.
That's part of the 6. The other portion of the 6 is the amount that the district is short to pay everybody for them to do their 28 hours. So we are utilizing educator effectiveness grant funds, which are one time, to pay as much as we can up through a certain point in time. If it spills over and we don't have enough within that grant, then we set aside some funds here.
And so, like I always do, I go to the state of California Department of Education site, you know, to learn more. So I don't have to ask so many questions. But yet, what disturbs me, like, for instance, with a school district like this, we are losing millions of dollars on concentration, right?
Yes, we are.
Millions. And I see like, you know, school districts, 10 largest school districts are getting a lot of monies because, and why is that so? Did they, okay, I read possibly more the way they got their ADA up was they actually hired people to go out there and do some paperwork. Is that so? Do you agree?
Oh, I have no idea what other districts do, Mr. Price.
Okay, to get our students to do the Medi-Cal forms, they did this and that. They went looking for them. Why?
Mr. Perez, that's not true, Mr. Perez. That's not true.
Hold on, before you move on to another issue, Mr. Pettis, before you move on, just put a pin in that, Mr. Hoffman, and then we'll come back to you. Okay?
So we've done a great deal of work, and I actually have a couple of groups where I meet with the superintendents that are doing the work in the other districts, and we're on par with the way we're going about trying to identify our kids. We knew this was coming. It got accelerated by COVID, I believe, but in a district like ours, where the growth is happening on the edges, where the numbers of free and reduced numbers of students is significantly less in those areas, and in some of our other portions of the district, like every other district in Sacramento County, were experiencing declining enrollment in other parts of our district. We knew long-term that our percentage of free and reduced kids would reduce over time. I do believe it was accelerated with regards with the pandemic, but this is not a new phenomenon. This has been going on for several years. And as we grow around the edges, that's going to be a reality for a district like ours. But I will say staff has done an amazing amount of work trying to make sure that we are identifying every kid that qualifies that we identify, but it is more challenging than it used to be, for sure.
Okay, so. So page 5, when I did analysis, we were, and okay, let's go back. Yeah, I went too far back. But if you subtract prior to years, like for instance, I took the highest numbers for free reduced lunch, then I subtracted 26,091, right? That's 7,000 students, almost 7,796 students. Now, where are okay? And I know that we have new charter schools and this, they go homeschooling because of the, the epidemic and this and that, but that's $7,000. I mean, 7,796. Then I looked at English language learners. We lost from the highest 624 students. Then from foster youth, we lost 263, half of them. So where did they go? There must be around here someplace.
Well, we were hoping they would come back, Mr. Perez.
Oh, yes, me too. I shoo them back to school when I see them on the streets. So, that's a lot of numbers. That's about, hold on here. That's almost 8,683 students. That's the total students, not on our ADA rolls. Okay.
Can you wrap
And
up,
that's-
Mr. Pettis?
Yes,
Thank you.
and we need to do something. I'm not sure. Again, I'm gonna refer to the what's the Bell program, Golden Bell Awards.
So I'm just going to remind you and the public, because the board did authorize additional funds and we created the attendance
Review committee.
the attendance improvement office. This is what happens when you get old, things just kind of fall.
Yeah, I know. Happens.
And they've done a phenomenal amount of work and doing parent outreach. They are now under Miss Lavasser's leadership. And so with her family visits, there's the potential then to hopefully get some of those kids back, but it's very difficult to respond to right now because we came out of COVID. We assume kids are
Okay,
going
yeah,
to come back.
so I understand that. And then just recent today, a lot of these individuals, English language learners, they're going back. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That's what I read today. I was trying to research why those numbers are going back. They're going back to Mexico. The retirees and the whole family's going back. And that's a shame because they don't have a way to citizenship. So anyway, and that I always inquire about this issue because is it a policy issue? Because we reclassify English language learners a little bit, I think a little bit too soon. And the other thing is that we need to help our Medi-Cal population register and get
So
those
we
numbers.
have all of those programs and outreaches in our district.
Mhm.
So I think our district does a phenomenal job of
And-
supporting.
Yeah, okay. And I know our job's doing, and here's an example.
Mr. Pettis, we need you to wrap up though.
Okay, here's the last thing I'm gonna say. And you read the Sacramento Bee, the number of seniors not applying for their food or food, things like that, it's the same thing, the parallels. That's a shame. So that's, what can you say?
Thank you, sir.
Outreach.
Do I see any other hands with questions or comments? Thank you. I am going to call for a motion to approve the 2022-23 second interim financial report.
So moved. Approval, second interim?
I heard a first and a second from Mr. Vargas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, measure passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Next item on our agenda is bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board tonight? Seeing none, I'm going to move on. We have one action item on our agenda tonight. That is the EGUSD transportation plan, which has been in the works for quite a while. Before Ms. Coates presents, I'm going to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, is this your first time presenting to the board?
It is. I'm so excited to be here
Welcome.
this evening. Thank you so much. Getting used to the rising podium.
We're
So,
breaking you in.
so forgive me. And Madam President, trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, staff and public, I'm excited to be here tonight. This is a good news item. And it has been a collective work over the last few months. One of the first things I got to work on when I joined the Elk Grove team, just for some context, as part of the 2022 California state budget, home to school transportation reimbursement was included. That's a big deal because it hasn't been. And so this was implemented originally through AB 181 and then later amended through 185. And what this does is it provides some reimbursement for local school districts like ourselves, really to the tune, it's about 60% of our expenditures. And for Elk Grove, that's about $8.3 million. And so to be eligible for this reimbursement, the school district with stakeholder engagement must develop a plan to describe the district's offering for transitional kindergarten, TK, kindergarten 1st through 6th grade, and then any high needs students. We just finished the budget presentation. And so high needs would be those unduplicated students that Ms. Hayes was really going into great detail. This has been such a joint effort, and everything that we've done has been rooted in the transportation department's mission, which is to provide students with safe and secure transportation in a friendly environment that enhances the total learning process. And Mr. Black and Mr. Singh really wanted to be here tonight. They were really integral members of the committee and offered a lot of the technical, but we did have to send Mr. Black home because he was under the weather. So I know he's watching right now. The plan was really actually pretty simple on the description. So you'll start to see some of the feedback, and some of that feedback went outside of the plan. And we'll take that as an opportunity for continuous improvement through department planning later. But right here, what you have on your screen are the 4 areas that the California Department of Education asked us to address and create a plan around. So I'll read it once. They're on the other slides, but the first is entering a description of transportation services offered to pupils and how it prioritizes planned transportation services for pupils in TK, K, and any of the grades 1 through 6, and then those unduplicated students. The second bullet is entering a description of our transportation services that would be accessible to pupils with disabilities, homeless children, and foster youth. The third being a description of how unduplicated pupils would be able to access home to school transportation at no cost to the pupils. And then the fourth bullet is how did we provide consultation and feedback for various stakeholders. So the Transportation Committee was formed back in December. We met several times, and it comprised of central office staff, departments, and site staff as well, along with a couple trustees. Thank you for your time and contributions. The purpose of the committee was to first review current board policy and make recommendations, understand the transportation services operations and current and future needs. We know transportation has been a challenge in the past few years. Understand the impact that transportation services has on school sites and our families, and then provide feedback on the transportation plan and the community forums. So the committee provided feedback on the plan prior to that public forums, and then we went to take that in various ways. We had 3 open Zoom sessions at various times throughout the day. And then we had a district-wide survey that was sent directly to all of the families. We had about 400 respondents between the different forums offered. We also, as part of the plan, we had sent copies to SAC-RT and the Air Quality District and got responses from both of them. The survey was comprised of open-ended questions, really about how we could improve services, knowing that we were going to take the feedback that was provided and work it with the plan, but also use it, as I already mentioned, to provide, to really kind of reevaluate and see where we can have either replicate successful practices or maybe tweak and revise practices that had some feedback. So here are some common responses. I won't read all of these to you. You have them. Certainly hiring more drivers was a trend. Providing dedicated buses to, distant locations throughout the district. Providing bus services to increase attendance. Busing should be free or greatly reduced, and more buses and drivers needed were some of the comments. We did ask specifically, part of the plan was to take into consideration the possibility of partnering with a SAC-RT, knowing that there is a national driver shortage. And so we wanted to know how the community felt about that. And so these are, this would require much more exploration, just with some of the community kind of feeling a bit insecure and wanting to make sure naturally that their students were safe in any public transit situation. Bus passes is not part of the transportation plan, but it is a topic of conversation. And so we just wanted to get some information out there and get some input for ourselves just to see how bus passes are impacting. And it was, some are too expensive. So really varied responses, something to look at in the future, not for this plan tonight. So here is the plan description. This goes back to the original 4 bullets that I went through. I won't read the description. The CDE language is highlighted in green. And you can see our description is Elk Grove Unified School District provides transportation to all qualifying TKK and 1st through 6th grade students currently based on designated service areas. These services will remain based on the district's transportation capacity, and all low-income students will receive prioritized transportation based on eligibility. The second bullet required by CDE to describe the students with disabilities, homeless children, and foster youth. Elk Grove Unified School District currently provides transportation to all students with disabilities identified in the student's individual education plan. Homeless and foster youth who are deemed eligible for transportation will be offered free transportation by Elk Grove or local transit partners. The third bullet, unduplicated students will be provided access to Elk Grove transportation or the ability to use local transit based on Elk Grove transportation capacity at no charge. The district will use all common methods to help students access transportation, such as our homeless and foster youth liaison, special education case managers using the Section 504 compliance guide, and the free lunch programs. And then the fourth bullet is around stakeholders, that we've had several meetings with stakeholders for the school board and administrators and teachers. The district has reached out to local transit for input and has sent the communications to gather public comments from the community, parents and students, and local air pollution and air quality districts. So the next steps to this is we are recommending approval of the transportation plan, and as a reminder, brings approximately $8.3 million back to the district. Once approved, we'll submit that plan to the California Department of Education, hopefully by March 15th, prior to the April 1st deadlines. And then we'll continue to evaluate those survey results and see, as I've already mentioned, where are areas that we can replicate successes or maybe revise some service implementation. And that is it.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Let's see. I would like to, before I call for a motion, thank Mr. Fortuna and Ms. Albiani for representing the board on the Transportation Committee. Thank you for your work on that. I would like to call for a motion to approve the EGUSD Transportation Plan. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah, my homework.
Oh, thank you. I'm not catching it for some reason.
Thank you. Who's that up there? Yes, I went to go research this issue. Want to see the policies and guidelines. And so I start looking at the transportation service plan questions people asked. And I looked at your presentation, page 11, or throughout this document. You only mentioned, first of all, what grade levels? TK, K, 1 through 6?
Yes.
And when I looked at this paper, question is, the statute requires that transportation service plans describe how the LEA will prioritize plans transportation services for pupils, students in transitional kindergarten and any grades 1 through 6, inclusive and students who are low income. Does that mean the plan will take into account students in grades 7 through 12 who are in low income?
That's correct.
And the answer to that is yes, all pupils or students who are low income should be included in the
Mr. Pettis, she
transportation
answered the
services
question.
plan.
She answered the
So
question.
that leaves out a whole bunch of our students who are out there in rural
Mr. Pettis,
communities. And
Bettis, she actually answered your question. They are included. So when you ask a question, try to listen for the answer.
yes, but in the plan
Secondary
does
kids
not
are gonna be
address
served.
high school students.
It
in this
does.
plan.
It does.
Where, what page?
It's on slide 11 and it's the last second half of the last sentence. All low income students will receive prioritized transportation based on eligibility. So when we say and all low income, that does encompass 7-12, but the plan does require us to specifically call out TKK and 1st through 6th grade.
And what about, why come you don't have language for 7th and 8th graders who are low income in your presentation?
They're included with all students.
All students means all.
Well,
students.
that's not saying, to me, it's not saying, hey, high school students may also be bused.
I'm glad we
school
clarified.
using this plan.
I'm glad
So
we
that's
clarified.
the issue I have with your plan.
Thank
And I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to get me off track. But anyway, that's the issue I have within this thing. It does not address low-income students who are
Except it
in
does.
7th and 12th grade.
Except it does.
Do you see 7th and 8th grade written in there? I don't.
Absolutely. All means all. So
Oh, it doesn't specify it.
do you have
It
any
leaves-
other
it's
questions on this
leaving out-
item,
So
sir?
anyway, I'm not, okay, so, and that's what I was really concerned about our policy we had earlier today. The language that you put in there, and I didn't have the time to address that. You put students are 1 mile and a 4th to and from school. That's completely changed. You have junior high 2 miles, you have high school students 3 miles from school. So that's what I'm concerned about, the way this whole presentation on transportation and busing has not been very good for low-income students. And you have, to this, I don't see those, I see page 11, it doesn't say grades. And all students that haven't.
Okay, Mr. Pettis, we're
Okay.
asked and
I
answered.
think you need to include this group of people, the students.
Okay, you've raised it. It's
Hear
been
you.
clarified. What's next? sir?
Well, I'm not gonna approve this because the fact that it's leaving out a whole
Understood.
lot of high school students that are out there, rural, urban areas in which,
Okay, sir, other people want to speak to this. Do you have anything else?
yes. Where is it?
Doesn't seem like
Why
you're
did
prepared.
you not include the transportation route? I think within last year, when we did this issue, we were given transportation routes of the whole district.
That's
And,
not part of this item, sir. Let's stay.
Yes,
to
it is.
stick
It's
to
a
this.
part of the plan. We had a routing system that we have access to, but yet in this presentation, we weren't given that of all the routes we had in our school district, because I analyzed that too. And a lot of the busing services are not per se low income. So you have to do a lot of changes when I'm saying on these routes. And we're gonna spend a lot of this
Pettis,
money.
speak to the
but yet-
item or conclude your comments.
So are you gonna provide us with those new routes that are gonna serve these low income students with this money?
Mr.
And when are you gonna
Pettis?
do that?
Mr. Pettis, I'm going to give you one more opportunity to speak to this item
It is.
or conclude.
Mr. President, there's not going to be a series of new routes as a result of this. What this is doing is reaffirming the work that we're doing,
Right.
making sure that we're prioritizing the students that are required to be prioritized. So we prioritized already, but what it's doing is securing dollars that the state has woefully underfunded us within transportation. So we've already been spending money out of the general fund to cover transportation.
And we'll
All these
continue.
dollars are really doing is helping close that gap, and we're going to continue to still, spend general fund to do transportation much bigger than we have to do, and we do it because we want to serve our kids. Many districts of our size and slightly smaller have abandoned transportation altogether, and we haven't done that. So this is allowing us to maximize dollars that this board gave me direction to push on the legislature. And we've been pushing on this for 6 years, and now there's dollars that are actually showing up here to help us with the work we've already been doing.
Okay, it says
Thank
here,
you. No,
it
Mr.
says
Pettis,
here.
Mr. Pettis,
And
you're from documents anyway.
transportation related add-on funding.
Mr. Pettis,
Yes.
we're moving on. Mr. Yang, the
What?
floor is yours.
Again, you're cutting me off.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and welcome aboard. I guess it's official now that you present it. When I watch and listen to this presentation, it reminds me of the new program that we roll out as far as meals for our students, and all students gets free meal. That get me thinking of, the most two basic thing for kids to be able to learn education in school. It's one, get there. Two is to eat and drink, right? For them to be able to learn. So is there any sort of anticipation in the future that transportation will be provided to all students regardless of incomes and status?
I don't have a.
As far as disabilities and so forth, I'm just curious.
It is provided if it's outlined in the.
Well, that's what I'm trying to
IEP.
say is right now we are income-based and status meaning disabilities or whatnot, right? Is there any anticipation in the future?
No.
So we not, at this current policy, we not income-based at all?
how much we're gonna spend. But it's the other way around from the way you said it. If we take away all the parameters, we can transport everybody, but it's gonna even increase the amount of general fund contribution that we already make. What this does is speak to the groups that we have to transport. This speaks to the groups that we have to transport. And additionally, it allows for the transportation of some others. But even doing this, we're contributing from the general fund.
The idea of being able to, to have transportation available. So right now, we transport a fraction of the students in the district. And we fill an entire yard with buses. We have 150 bus drivers. We would, the physical ability of what the scope we would have to be able to offer transportation to all students in the district is mind-boggling from a total cost, resources, and everything that would take. So what we've done here is prioritized our special education kids for sure, and prioritized our TKK 1 through 6 and our low income students, the students that need it the most. But the idea, I like the comparison of universal meals and universal transportation. The cost of universal transportation, I couldn't even give you a guess on, but it would be an astronomical number and would come directly out of the general fund for other things that we are trying to do.
So what's the current percentage of our kids taking buses?
That is a question I wish Mr. Singh or Mr. Black were here. I don't have that in front of me right now.
Okay. Chris?
I'm guessing it's not big. 10, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, 10% of our kids probably. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's just something that I thought, with the universal mail and possibly transportation, but I get what you guys are saying.
They make sense and they sound rude, but the ability to pull it off, just again, I can't even fathom how big that would be.
And let me add, there has been discussion in the state legislature about mandating universal transportation, but they always run up against the fact that they don't actually want to pay for it. So that's.
And
about
they
as
are
far as it goes.
paying for the meals. So I do give them credit for that, is that, we're doing the meals and they're paying for the meals, but
Yeah, Mr. Yang. do you have
Okay,
anything
that's all I have. Just want to ask those couple questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Mr. Vargas.
Appreciate it. I just want to make a comment to perhaps assist.
Hold on. I'm going to Mr. Vargas
Oh,
and then I'll go back
I'm
to you.
sorry.
Sorry, that's what I pointed to.
I
confused
didn't
you.
understand.
I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Vargas.
No worries. So thank you for the presentation. I wanted to drill down on just one issue, which is transportation of homeless students in particular. We have a pretty robust population of homeless students in Elk Grove USD, and it's a population that when you're housing insecure can be hard to nail down, whether or not, how are we getting on buses and how are we transporting them? So can you talk a little bit about how you do that?
I can speak from pretty broad general terms and we can probably get more information. I believe, Don Ross's department, which is likely student services, is in direct communication with transportation. So once a student is identified and they're identifying the need for transportation is securing the pickup and the route for that student. Is the best I can
Can
describe
I
right now.
jump in there too? Ken Black, he's our Director of Transportation. He spoke to that point.
Yeah, he did.
And transportation communicates, as Chris was saying, with Don's office and the respective people who have responsibility both for homeless as well as foster children, so that the information gets out to the families about the availability of the transportation within their area. And Mr. Singh, whom was also referenced, has a responsibility for the maintenance of the routing maps, which then shows to anyone who's interested, but certainly people who have responsibility, where exactly the locations are within a bus route area. So the information gets presented, okay? Then there's follow-up with our school improvement office on the issue of a kid not coming to school, and which could be a lot of reasons, but with our foster and our homeless. But certainly if somebody says, well, we don't have a car, they know that our staff person knows that if indeed they didn't get the information, they can give them the information. So that's we do have a pretty good loop on it. Does every kid who is eligible get transported? I mean, who knows? You're dealing with a really tough population, but our bases are covered in terms of getting information out.
Another important point with the homeless population is one of their rights is they get to keep the educational rights with the school they're attending for. So if a student was in a particular school district or school boundaries and going to that school, and now they are homeless and they've lost that home, and they may be living in a shelter or with another family member in another part of the district, they still have educational rights to the original school. And so we don't just transport them to the closest school. We actually transport them because they have those rights to their home school, so they don't lose that continuity. So there's a great deal of work that goes in there, but our homeless kids are certainly a priority.
Yeah, and I guess just the one concern that I want to kind of resurface in the conversation is just being able to identify and keep track of them as they're moving around, because one of the problems is, when you're housing insecure, you're bouncing around from, as you mentioned, Chris, is bouncing around from home to home, family to family, places like that. And I just think it's important to sort of resurface that issue of, when we're talking about this, when we're thinking about, these transportation plans, if we're talking about high needs folks, like making sure that we also have everybody looped in on like, okay, how are we keeping track of them as they move? And it sounds like we've got a group that is covering that. So just wanted to surface that as we're talking.
I'm only saying some of the things I'm saying because I'm new. You're new in terms of sharing information. And I hear your concern about especially homeless because of the things that happen. The registrars as another group of people stay on top of that too, because one of the biggest problems as kids move around is not having transcripts. And so registrars really, really work on that. And if a kid shows up unexpected, then in terms of intake, one of the things they do is nail down where'd you come from, so that they're on the phone with the registrar's office and get the paperwork signed and get the kid transferred. So people know what the child was working on, what their needs are, so on and so forth. So that's an area that, and I'm not going to say it's 100%, but that's an area that I'd say we're pretty well on top of.
Well, I want to be respectful of everybody's time, so I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Bring it home, Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment in case anybody is on the fence about voting no versus yes. First of all, and I've said this to her. I congratulate Kristen for the work she did. She provided really good direction and what we have here tonight is the first real revision in 30 years in our district. Okay, 30 years. And it's a pretty long time. A lot of our policies.
You've never asked for it before.
A lot of, yeah, right. I've been asking for revision in transportation for 7 years. But it really reflects a lot of time, a lot of thought, and like I say, it'll continue to undergo revision as information is presented. The information that's garnered will assist in our continued lobbying efforts to help the legislature understand why they should fund things they require in a number of areas, but in this area, in terms of home to school, it's been so lacking in its funding. But this is really a concerted effort that involves quite a few people that gives clarity to the issue of transportation. We have a bundle of transportation policies. If you have a question on transportation and you go to try to determine an answer, it's pretty damn tough. This really does so much cleanup in terms of providing some clear thought and direction. And at the same point in time, we're meeting a requirement, but in the process, we're making it better for everybody. So I hope everyone votes yes.
Here, here.
One more comment.
Okay, turn on your mic, sir.
Just quickly, I saw a survey for our constituents or parents. I was thinking in the future, is it possible if you put it on maybe a table so that we know the number of participants?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Coates, I just want to reiterate our appreciation for everyone who's been part of this process. So please share the board's appreciation for that. And at this time, I'm going to call for a motion to approve the EGUSD transportation plan.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No,
One nay. Thank you. Measure passes. And we will move on to board member and superintendent reports. Do we have any reports on official board duty? I know the transportation committee just gave us a whole lot of updates right now. Go ahead, Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this, the subcommittee on transportation, want to take Beth's thunder, so I will let her take care of that one. And that's all I'm gonna say right now.
I think we just got the best update possible on the transportation committee work. Is there anything to add, Ms. Albiani? Okay, good stuff. Yes, sir.
Just one quick note. I did want to recognize that the passing of Bob Blattner, who was our long-term lobbyist for the district, did a lot of great work. And he was actually one of the folks that Rob and I worked very closely with in carrying the message with regards to transportation. And this was a huge win, more work to do. But Bob was a phenomenal at the work he did, and did it in a way that connected with people, and he was a better person. So I just want to recognize we had his service on Saturday, and I attended on behalf of the district. So just want to made a note of that.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Okay, let's see. I was going to mention CSBA Ledge Committee, but they're actually meeting after our next meeting. CSBA delegate, the regional delegates do have a meeting coming up this Saturday, which one or two of us may be attending. Go ahead, Mr. Yang. Official board committee work?
No, next subject, I'm sorry.
Okay, got it. So I'm going to close that item and go to consideration of future agenda items. Just really briefly, if anyone has anything on that, please let's be succinct as possible, because I see a lot of tired faces out there and I want everyone to drive home safely. So I will take hands. I'm trying to remember if Mr. Fortuna was first.
I'm going to hold those requests until the next board meeting.
Appreciate it. Look forward to our conversations. Mr. Yang.
Yeah, thank you, Board President. We face the pandemic since 2020, and right now we are in the post-pandemic, and that's 3+ years. And during that time, there's a lot of people, especially outside of the Elk Grove Unified School District staff, there's vendors, institutions that really contribute in the effort of, whether it's donation or volunteers. There's a lot of efforts and supplies that was donated. And I thought it probably something that's necessary for us as a board, as a school district to really visit the institution of the folks that really done a fabulous job as far as donations and volunteer time, and provide some sort of recognition that allow the public to recognize them. And that is something that I don't think is necessary to put a time on it, but I think that is something that's necessary. I want to see, I don't know, we do a motion on it, or we just, what is the necessary thing for us to do? But that's what my thought is.
Am I understanding you correctly? You're suggesting that we add an item to agendas to thank folks who have donated goods or services to the district?
Yes, to recognize and thank them. And maybe a letter of recognition by our board, something in that nature.
Okay. Can we talk about how to approach that bigger picture as opposed to going directly to putting something on the agenda? Ms. Albiani mentioned, letters of appreciation, things of that. Would you be open to expanding the conversation?
Well, the letter I think is good, but I think it's the amount of work, amount of time, amount of money that they spent, and I'm saying it would not know the actual dollar, but I think there's a we could talk more about it, but I think a letter is nice, but bringing them here to recognize them and then also take picture and just showcase our appreciation toward their volunteer time and donations. I think that's more appropriate because it wasn't easy. We all know that.
Okay, so Mr. Fortuna, I just want to be careful that we're not getting into discussion.
We're not getting into discussion, but I think I can provide some information if we're going to vote on whether or not we want that as an agenda item. And I think I think I'm okay. I do think I'm okay.
Give it a shot.
Okay, as I understand it, the request is for a board agenda item to address the issue of recognizing persons who make contributions to our school. Okay. In the past, the board did do that. What has happened over the years is that with the advent of our strong career technical education program, we have got so many companies and individuals that are involved in our schools that the different departments and service areas do their recognitions of those people.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons why one of the reasons was said to me when this was brought up before was, were we to do something here, we wouldn't do it here. If the people who showed up who were invited, it wouldn't be in this room.
They might appreciate having it be on the school site when they donated to us.
And they do stuff at the school site.
Well, I think that we could maybe classify that, depends on, individual schools or to the district. So I'm thinking of to the district or to the school, that matter. But to me, it really, to me, this is a special case, special situation. It's a global crisis, and it's obviously a local crisis as well. And I thought the time of volunteer, the donation, it's just a tremendous effort. And I think that is something appropriate, and we could take it offline to talk more about it. I don't want to put people on the spot and we have to really vote on it, because it should not be a timeline, but I just want to, share that thought to see, what other board member thinks and, and go from here.
Okay, thank you. We can't quite go to what everybody thinks because that would be discussion of the violation of the Brown Act, but you and I and Mr. Hoffman will follow up on that and we'll reach out to folks as the Brown Act allows.
That's fair enough to me.
Okay, thank you so much, appreciated. Seeing no one else, I have a little announcement. You saw this via email, but I just want to make sure everyone is aware. We're going to be needing 3 board members to volunteer to participate in a subcommittee to review 2 items that we would potentially bring to the board. One is the Student Bill of Rights, which has which has been developed further since it came to us last year. And the second is our district land acknowledgement statement, which has been in the works under our previous board president, Dr. Crystal Martinez O'Leary. And Mr. Fortuna, is that a volunteer hand? I see. Okay, all right. Well, I see. Yes, sir. Okay, all right. Well, I see 4 hands. So we will talk, maybe look at some dates and maybe compare availability, but thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. I am taking notes.
I saw mine.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, folks. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us today. I'm going to call this meeting to adjournment at 10:08 p.m. Have a good night.